All right, y'all ready to get started?
Yes, Your Honor.
All
Yes,
right.
Your Honor.
Go ahead and bring them in. Yeah. I guess they got lost, or they're being unruly and don't want to line up in order. I don't know. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please support, counsel. Scott, remind you you're still under oath, okay?
Yes, sir.
On your computer screen there should be Aerial 3. And I'm putting the cursor of the hand over. Is this the house there?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, now, what I want to do is I'm going to try your dad's office, those two doors, what I call the American doors, and the French door on the back side. Is that right?
Yes.
And then if you walked out those doors and turned left, is that you're walking to the burn pile?
Yes, you will be.
And this is Aerial 8. Now, do you know, can you give us an estimate how far is it, the burn pile, from the kind of the edge of the house? How far a walk is that?
I would probably say maybe 70 to 80 yards, give or take.
And what is the path, like the RTVs and the tractors? You said your dad would grade or rake around the burn pile? Or would he use the tractor to put stuff on the burn pile?
He would use the tractor to put stuff on the burn pile, and couldn't really rake with it because it's such a steep incline. It would just be hard to maneuver the tractor.
Is there a path that's been made from the RTV or the tractor in that area of the woods?
Yeah, so there's a path that you could go from the driveway behind the house and go all the way around to be able to gain access to the dam on the pond, or go back there where the burn pile was.
When you look at Aerial A, this photograph, so if you come up the driveway into the garage, I think y'all had chickens and birds on a chicken coop over here.
Yes, it was connected to the shed.
And then down by the barn where there's some other areas for birds or whatnot.
Yeah, we had another chicken coop up there.
Okay, so 2 chicken coops on the house, on the property.
Yes.
But you go to get there with like a tractor RTV. Would you go around? Would you go to the left of the chicken coop or in between the chicken coop and the house?
You would go to the left of it.
So is this a chicken coop? This is Thrasher 61. Is this what we're talking about? You come to the left side of that?
Yes, sir.
So I'm gonna do you guys. Just this time I'm tuning to evidence, which is we've labeled as S. Ferris 11. It's a blown up photograph on a pin board.
All right. Any objection?
No objection.
Judge, with your permission, I'd like for Scott to step down, and I'm going to have him, in a ode to Jonathan Kessler, I'm going to have him use the push pin.
All right.
All right, Mr. Ferris. What I want you to do, I'm going to give you this red push pin. Just kind of, I know you can't see it, but just kind of estimation so the jury can turn just a little bit so they can see. Put that pin about where the fire pit would be, the burn pile.
So roughly from this angle, you're kind of right under this tree right here.
So you've marked with the red push pin kind of just from the house, a line that goes out to the woods. You're estimating that about there is where the burn pile is.
Yes, sir.
Judge, we'll take a picture of that and put it into the record at some point. I left off yesterday talking about the timeline. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, July 3rd and July 4th. And we talked about where you were at on those days. I want to now turn your attention and start talking about Thursday, July 5th of 2018. About what time do you remember getting up that morning?
It had to been somewhere around maybe 8:30 to 9 o'clock. I don't really remember the exact time.
What were your plans that day?
My plans were go ahead and take care of animals, and then I was going to go and get my hair cut and then meet my buddy Ted at the PGA store.
Did y'all, a day or so before or sometime get a connection with somebody at the PGA store?
Yes, I believe it was the weekend prior to all this that we played golf with some friends at the Manor Golf Club, and one of the guys we played with, he works for TaylorMade, and he works out of the PGA store down in Roswell, and he was going to go and have me get into a simulator to get, fitted for clubs my size, because I'm a tall guy, so I have to have extended clubs.
So where were you actually going? Where was the store at you were going to drive to?
It's down off of Holcomb Bridge, off of 400 in Roswell.
Who's going to go with you?
Ted was.
And what's Ted's full name?
I'm sorry, I have a hard time actually pronouncing his real name. It's Theodophilus is his real name, but we call him Ted.
Okay, what's his last name?
Pierce.
How long have you known Ted?
Going up on close to 10 years.
Good friend?
Yes.
Know anyone else in his family?
His entire family, his mother and sister.
And how close are you today?
I've actually known his sister Randy a lot longer, over 10 years now, and I met Ted and their mother pretty much the same time, and they're Alabama fans, and we always watch football together, and they're like my second family.
And did you have their numbers in your phone?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what you labeled his mom's number as?
I believe it's Mom Pierce.
And were they involved with you at the lake and things like that?
Yes, sir.
When you got up at some point that morning, did you leave to go to the PGA store? Did you get in your truck and take off down the driveway?
Yeah, so after I got done taking care of all the animals and everything was situated for the day, I got in my truck to start heading out, and I happened to notice that my youngest sister, Amanda, her vehicle was over there, so I decided to pull up over there to say hi to her.
Yeah. Did you see her or just her vehicle?
I didn't see her at first until I pulled up into the house driveway, and I saw her sitting with Melody on the front porch.
This is Thrasher 2. When you say front porch, is this what you're talking about?
Yes, right there where the front door is.
Oh, yeah, should turn the TV back on. There we go. All right, on Thrasher 2 here, this area where the hand is, where were they sitting? Did you just have chairs or something, or?
Well, you see the window right there? Yes, right there.
Right here?
Yes, there's a rocking chair right there, and they were both sitting in that area.
When you saw them, what did you do?
I got out of my truck and walked up to them.
When you walked up, did you notice what they were doing?
And it looked like they're sitting there talking.
What were their demeanors like?
At first glance, before talking to them, I mean, it seemed normal.
Nothing out of the ordinary?
No, I did not see anything.
When you walked up, what were you planning on doing? Just saying hi, or?
Yeah, just say, hi to my sister. I think I haven't seen her since my dad's birthday party.
Was she there to pick up Cameron?
That I didn't know. I didn't know the kids were there.
When you walked up, did you start talking to them?
Yes, I did.
What y'all talking about?
The very first thing I was asked is, have you seen your father?
Who asked you that?
I want to say it was Melody.
Did you think anything about that at the moment?
I mean, when she asked me that, I was like, well, no. And then she said, well, we can't find him. I go, what do you mean you can't find him? They're like, well, he's not in the house. And I looked and I said, well, his Mercedes is right there in the garage. The RTV is parked right there in the driveway. He's got to be here.
Where was the RTV parked? Do you remember?
It was parked, there's like a little parking spot right here where the concrete is.
Before you get to the garage?
Yes. So if you're pulling up to the house, it would have just been right there to the right.
Just kind of a pull in, is that what it
Yes.
is? His car's at the house, RTV's there. Why'd you think that was odd if all that was there?
Well, I mean, if they're saying that he's not in the house, there's only going to be two things he's going to either be on or be in, and that was on the RTV or he's gone in his car.
Would your dad just kind of disappear? Was that something normal would happen?
No.
Did he take many business trips or anything?
Not really. I mean, he, would always let me know if he was going to be, going somewhere with clients, or if he was definitely going to be going like overnight, he would have said something to somebody.
When was the last time you had seen your dad?
At Cherokee Ranch on the 3rd.
Once your mom asked that question, did she ask anything else or do anything else?
There was a lot of questions. Once from there, we tried to figure out where he could have possibly gone.
Did you ask her about the CPAP?
Eventually, yes, I did ask. I was like, well, have you checked to see if a CPAP machine is here?
What'd she say to that?
And she said, no, I haven't checked.
Did you ask what all people have, where they went to check for him, or how long they've been looking for him, or anything like that?
If I asked them that,
Yeah.
I really don't remember.
Was there any indication about how long, if she asked, have you seen your father, was there any indication that they had been looking for him, or how long he'd been missing or anything?
Well, to me, it seemed like they were, at some point trying to look for him because they told me, we can't find your father.
What time of day would this have been when you're up there with them? This started?
Roughly, I'll probably say around 10 o'clock in the morning.
What'd y'all do after that? Was there any more conversation or what happened?
Yeah, we sat there and, try to figure out where he possibly could be. I know one of them asked if I saw him up at the barn. I was like, no, I was just up there. I didn't see him. And, I said, the RTV's here. He's not going to walk up to the barn. He's going to drive that. I was like, he's got to be here. And, man, all that from that day, that conversation is, I don't remember every single detail of those, what was asked and where,
How do you remember how long y'all stood there and just talked about it before you did anything?
I didn't keep time of it, but it seemed like a good 5 to 10 minutes, trying to figure out where he could have gone.
Was there any panic or any type of high energy or anybody trying to do something really quick, or what was the mood of everybody at that time?
At that time, I didn't notice anybody panicking. I started to, get worried because I was worried that, I hope something didn't happen to him, that where he had like a heart attack or something. But I do know after I asked her if the CPAP machine was still here, and she said, I haven't checked. I said, well, let me go down and check. And I went down to the basement and checked to see if the CPAP machine was there, and it was still sitting beside his bed. I think also before I went down, we discussed about if he could have gone, shooting with a client, either skeet shooting or bird hunting.
Did he do that a lot?
He would do that at, not a lot, but at least, once or twice a year.
When it comes to your dad just leaving, going somewhere, not really telling anybody, in the last 6 months, how many times do you think he had done that? Up to the 6 months before this?
Leave and not tell anybody?
Right.
Well, he always told me, especially if Melody wasn't there, if she's gone up in Tennessee, he would, let me know, hey, I'm going to be coming home late, or, I got, this work event or something like that.
How many times in the previous 6 months up to this day did your dad go somewhere like that? I'm trying to get a feel for how many times he would just go somewhere and not be at the house.
I really don't remember because he didn't leave. He didn't do stuff like that much. He literally went to work all the time and came home every single day. So it wasn't often that he did that.
Would it be less than 5, less than 10, less than 20?
Less than 5 times, if anything.
And how long would he be gone if he did leave?
I know occasionally he went to go, see his mother, who was in a assisted living or, nursing home type deal.
When he left, would he take an Uber?
No, he always drove his own vehicle.
So his vehicle would be with him if he left?
Yes.
Did he exclusively drive that Mercedes and not the Toyota or anything like that?
No, the Mercedes was his vehicle.
And when he left, would he take a CPAP machine?
If he was going to be gone overnight, yes, he would have taken a CPAP.
The one that was beside the bed, that would be missing?
Yes, sir.
Did you ask your mom when the last time she had seen your dad when you're sitting there on the porch talking?
I believe I did.
Do you remember when she said last time she saw him?
I want to say she would have said on the 3rd.
On the 3rd. Did you ask her whether or not he had come and got something to eat, or she made food for him, or anything like that?
Like I said, I don't remember every single detail of that, but, that probably I would have asked that question because my dad texts me all the time about getting food.
See whether or not your dad had gone one of the previous nights to go get something to eat from somewhere or anything like that?
I don't remember anything of that.
At some point, your dad's wallet appeared. Is that right?
Yes.
And that, to you, was that odd?
So I know prior to that, my dad would never leave the house, without his wallet. So I think I asked, at some point, it's like, well, have you seen his wallet? Because it's like a process of elimination. I think the first thing anybody would ask is, well, is the wallet still here? And then she said, no, I haven't seen it. There was only one place my dad ever would have left his wallet.
Where's that?
And that would have been on the dresser in the master bedroom. Because he still used the master bedroom. He slept downstairs, but, he showered and changed and everything upstairs in the master bathroom.
Did the defendant ever have his wallet on this day?
So I remember asking if she's seen his wallet. She said no and all. And then, I started asking about like the CPAP machine, and then I said, I'll go check, see if that's down there. I'll see if the shotgun, the shotgun he would have used to go bird hunting or skeet shooting is, down there. Because it was both in the same room. And just, I found it odd that she didn't ask, she didn't go check to see if the CPAP machine was there.
Do you remember whether or not she said do you remember whether or not she brought the wallet or had the wallet at all?
So I remember after going down and checking on that, I came back up and she had his wallet in his hand. And I said, where'd you find that? And she said it was in his console of his Mercedes. And that really struck me odd because my dad never left his wallet in the Mercedes.
Why is that?
Because he just always had it in his pocket. He never, it was a habit of him. He never left it. I have a habit of leaving mine, but he never did.
Your dad's wallet, this one we're talking about? His wallet.
Yes, sir, that's it.
So it would be either on him or where again?
It would have been on the dresser in the bedroom, right next to the door that leads into the master bathroom.
Was it common for your dad to let your mom have the wallet?
He would never hand it to her, but he didn't, lock it up and secure it.
Talking about the two cell phones of your mom, did you tell law enforcement about the two cell phones?
Yes.
Did your mom ever mention anything to you about the cell phone was Sherry's cell phone?
I do not ever remember that, no.
Tell the jury, all right, you're on the front porch, this is going on. Do you ever get kind of perturbed or upset with your mom or ask her why she hasn't done certain things? Did y'all start talking about, what have you done or why have you done these things?
I probably would have, said when I asked about the CPAP machine, I go, why wouldn't you go check that? That's a big thing. If he was going to be gone overnight, he's going to be taking that.
Where all did you go look again? Where'd you start looking? Where'd you go from there? Let's start in the house. Where all in the house did you go?
I believe I went into first the master bedroom to check to see if his wallet was there. And then I think I left from there and went down to the basement and checked for his CPAP machine and see if the shotgun was sitting in the closet.
Did you see any signs of him or anything in the house?
No, sir.
Did anybody start helping you look for your father?
Once, I know Chris arrived at some point. I don't really remember when he did, but after going down into the basement and checking that stuff, I came back up and said, yeah, everything's still down there. I said, I'll go over here, I'll go back up to the barn and check around there. So I started searching the property because, like I said, at this point I was worried that, he would have gone out and, had a heart attack or something or fell down, something like that, medical-wise.
Do you know where your mom and Amanda, your sister, you know what they were doing while you were looking for your dad?
I just know they were together pretty much the whole entire time.
Did anybody get on the RTV and start running around looking for him?
I know I jumped on it to ride back up to the barn to check, see if he might have been up around there. And, you know, once I checked up around the house and all, I noticed the tractor was parked not where we would have parked it for, you know, overnight. And I actually went down and checked around there because I saw the tractor sitting there and it was right at the manure pile. And so I checked around the manure pile to make sure he wasn't laying down around that.
You see on your screen there, Stewart 12, this is a photograph's already been admitted. Is this where you found the tractor?
Yes, sir, it was.
Now, the manure pile, you're talking about this pile right in front of it?
Yes, sir.
Was there anything, was that odd that the tractor was parked there?
Yeah, because it never would have been really left there. The only time we would have brought it down there is to churn over the manure pile because it was, you know, compost.
Not, you mean turn it over, not just push the pile, but actually turn it over?
You mean we'll go scoop it, you know, like, you know, kind of toss in a salad.
But not leave, you wouldn't leave the tractor right there? Would your dad leave the tractor right there?
No.
Would the tractor be parked where I'm pointing up here?
Yes, right behind that blue wheelbarrow.
After you saw the tractor and you were down the barn, where did you go?
So I've continued to, you know, search around there. Didn't see him there or inside the barn. So I hopped back on the RTV and went back around to the house. And once again, I still don't remember if Chris was there or not. And I really don't remember where Amanda and Melody were standing at that moment. But I just started searching, you know, around the other shed where the chicken coop was, looked in the shed, make sure he wasn't in there. I was just, you know, starting my process of checking the property.
How much of the property do you think everyone covered looking for your dad?
I mean, I believe every, you know, square foot of the property was covered.
Did you check the front property too, the fields and pastures and things like that, or where all did you go?
I mean, yeah, I'll look. I mean, it's all wide open, so there's no grass. I always had the grass cut at that time, so it wasn't tall. So if he was laying in the pasture, I would have been able to see him.
When your dad was making the burn pile or stacking it or working on it, where would the RTV usually be if he was out there doing something like that?
Within, you know, 5 to 10 feet of that burn pile.
And where would your dad normally park the RTV in relation to his where he would stay in the basement?
So if he went to his office, it would have been, you know, kind of parked right up there next to the house, or he'd just hop off and only take a few steps to get into his office.
Do you remember your mom saying anything about whether or not she moved the RTV?
No, I don't really remember.
Did you find anything odd about the RTV or anything like that? Or
No, not not with the RTV. I mean, like I said, I saw it parked in the driveway when I got there, and that was, you know, one indication. I was like, well, he's got to be here.
talking about your tractor, is it difficult to drive that?
Absolutely not.
How do you make the tractor go forward, and how do you make it go backwards?
So that tractor right there, one of the reasons why my dad wanted to purchase that is because it was so easy to drive. You didn't have to shift gears or anything like that. So the pedal on it is like a C. So you would hit on the top part of it and it will go forward, and you hit on the bottom part of it and it will go in reverse.
This is Shaw 259. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Tell the jury how it worked. If you put your foot on that pedal there on the right, there, top, kind of middle of the photograph, how would that work?
So you can see the bigger, foot pedal right there.
Yes.
Yes, that's where you would push and the tractor would go forward.
And if you want to go backwards,
You hit on that section.
you don't have to change gears or anything like that, or have two transmissions or anything.
No.
Did you know if your mom could drive the tractor?
Oh yeah, she definitely knew how to use it. She was using it just a couple days prior to the 3rd.
In relation to the burn pile where you've marked, did you ever go up that area and look at the trail camera or anything like that?
Yeah, so actually it was Melody who asked me when we were, I don't remember exactly when, but it was still, we were either back on the front porch, but she asked me, she asked if I still had that trail camera down there. I was like, oh yeah, let me, I'll go check it. So I don't remember if I hopped on the RTV or I walked down there, but I went down there and checked the trail camera and saw no indication of my dad being on it.
What'd you do with the trail camera while you were there?
I checked whatever pictures were on it. I know there might have been a couple of animals. I want to say I saw a picture of Amanda and Melody walking, but it was mainly animals, but I saw no indication of my dad walking by or anybody who didn't, was in my family.
Did you see anything suspicious on it?
No.
Did you delete the things off the camera?
I did because it's just, natural habit. This, like I said, this is prior to us discovering my dad's remains. So every single time I ever went to go check my trail camera, I always delete, just kind of free up the SD card because I use it for deer hunting. And, if I have a doe walking by, I'm not going to, want to save it. I want to save, whatever bucks.
And the camera, again, was pointing down into the woods away from the burn pile?
Yes, it was pointing towards my neighbor's property.
How long, we'll ask you about finding your father's remains. How long do you think you were looking before you went to the burn pile? Did y'all walk by before? Did you get close to it before? Or?
Well, I had to go by it to go down there and check the trail camera. I didn't even think to look at the fire. Didn't even cross my mind. And I know I came back up and let them know there was nothing on it. And then I said, well, I'm going to go and, check on the other side of the pond, walk across the dam, and go check down over there on that side of the property. Because it was rare if he did it, but he did it every once in a while. He would go on that section of the property because it was a little tight to drive the RTV down there.
Now this is Shaw 2 here, and this is the burn pile we're talking about.
Yes.
At some point, ultimately, you did find the remains of your father, is that right?
Yes. How I found it, like I said, I was going to check the other side of the pond on, across the dam. And I started walking that way, and I believe I got either halfway across the dam or got to the other side, and then Melody called me. And she called me and asked, have you thrown a dead goat on the burn pile? I'm like, no, we haven't had anything to die, and also I wouldn't throw it on the burn pile. And she said, well, come up here and look at this. So I was like, okay. Well, I turned around and started walking, and I see Amanda walking. She was almost kind of like right in front of my dad's office, coming from the the burn pile area, walking back up towards the driveway. She was walking there, and Melody was standing over near the burn pile. And I walk up and look, and I can already start seeing bones. And then I look down, and it appeared to me that it was the inside of a skull. The backside was gone, and you could see like the little blood vessels, I think it was, but it didn't look like. So I grabbed a very, very small corner of it and I lifted it up just enough to where I saw teeth in the eye socket, and I immediately put it right back. And, you know, I was crouched down and she was standing right there next to me. And I raise up, I put my hand on, you know, across her chest and push her back and go, "These are human remains. I am calling 911 right now. Nobody's allowed down here." And at that same time, that's when I noticed Chris was there, and he was coming around the back side of the house with the girls on the RTV. And I walked right up to him and I said, "Get those girls out of here right now. I'm calling 911. And I pretty much, my brother would have argued, or, you know, with me on anything like that. And I believe just the look on my face and everything, he didn't second question me. He's like, "Okay." And he turned around and pulled off with the girls, and I called 911.
When you called 911, do you even remember what you said to them?
I believe that, you know, they called and they asked, you know, did the normal routine, and said, "Hey," I was like, it was along the lines of, you know, "We've been searching for my dad, and after searching, you know, we came across some remains in a burn pile." And I said, "I was deployed to Iraq. I've seen bodies burned up." And it's like, "This definitely looks like a burned up body. We need somebody out here now."
Were you thinking it was your dad?
Pretty much by that point, yeah, because there was nobody else who it could have been, and my dad was missing. I mean, my dad didn't have any enemies. There was nobody who, you know, we never really had strangers walking across our property. No, never once did I've ever catch anybody on our property. So it was, within an instant, I knew that this was 99% sure this was my dad.
After you called 911, what'd you do?
I remember I got off the phone with them and I walked up to the driveway. I don't remember if I went on the back side of the house or the pond side of the house, but I came back up to the driveway and Amanda was standing there in the driveway. And I walked up to her and said, "Amanda, this is not good." She's like, "What are you talking about?" I go, "There's human remains in that burn pile. I've called 911. The police are on their way." But I was like, "Amanda, this is not good." And she just kept saying, "What are you talking about? What are you talking about?" And that's all I remember telling her that. And then I don't remember who I let know, but I said, "I'm going to go meet, you know, who's ever coming up at the driveway, at the road, so they know where to exactly come to." And I started to walk up towards the road.
What was Amanda like at this time?
At that time, once I told her about finding the remains, that's when she, you know, was somebody who act like, you know, they just found out something bad happened, especially to a loved one. It was kind of like she was shaking and, you know, like I said, she's like, "What do you mean? What do you mean?" And like almost in tears.
What was your mom doing?
As in what?
How was she acting? What was she doing? What'd you see
Never
her do?
saw any kind of emotion out of her.
Did you see
She
what
didn't get
did?
angry with anybody, and she showed no I didn't notice any of her freaking out or anything like that. The only time that I saw her actually try to kind of show some emotion is after the deputy and the paramedic came back up from the burn pile to say, yes, those are human remains. And then just the way that she started acting, I've seen my mother cry. I mean, hundreds of times throughout my life and all. And it appeared to me to be fake. Like, this wasn't her emotions. Her reaction to finding out her, mom had a heart attack and her dad dying and, anything bad happened like that, it was a complete different reaction to what she reacted to when the paramedic and deputy said, yes, those were human remains.
Up until that point, has she cried or anything?
No.
Did she come up to you and ask you a lot of questions or anything?
When?
After finding the remains and before law enforcement got there, was she asking you questions or saying anything to anybody?
I really don't remember, because after, I talked to Amanda, because I was heading in that direction. I knew I was going to meet them at the end of the driveway up at the road. And that's where I saw Amanda, and I let Amanda know. After I let Amanda know, I continued walking down the driveway to go meet either the police or paramedics that were coming. So I walked up to the end of the road, and from there, no, I don't remember her ever talking to me during that time.
At some point, did your feelings change or suspicion arise about something's afoot here?
I knew I felt something was very off. There was red flags prior to finding my dad. Her having his wallet. I remember at one point, she said that she had the credit card, that the one my dad gave me, and said never, hold on to this like your life depended on it. Because there was a lot of times my dad said, don't ever give her the credit card. And she had it. And I remember asking her, I go, how do you have this? She goes, well, your father gave it to me. And I knew that was a straight up lie. I mean, y'all have seen it in the text messages that he, said for me to hold on to that credit card.
Did you start talking about a gun?
A
pistol?
So prior to all this happening, I want to say it was in June. I don't remember, it was like the first week of June or the second week of June. We had an AT&T guy come out and do some work with the satellites and all. There was an issue or something. And Melody was gone. She was in Tennessee. And my dad had to go to work. He sent me a text one morning and said, hey, the guys are coming today. I want you to come over here and I'll show you what's going on. So when they got there, we were working down in the basement. The TV that's in front of the leather chair and all, because right next to it is a closet that actually had the main satellite box, and a lot of those components in there was the home theater components, but the main box for the satellite was in that closet. But he said he needed the remote to the TV in the basement room right there in front of the bar area. So I started searching the drawers, because we only use the satellite remote to turn on and off the TV, but he needed the actual TV remote. So I started searching the drawers and the furniture around in that room. First checked under the TV, didn't see it in there, and then I went to, there was a piece of furniture behind the couch, and I opened it and I saw a revolver and a leather holster, and I looked at it and I could tell it was, a 38 special snub nose. I was like, I've never seen that one before, and didn't really think anything of it, because, I mean, my whole life we've always had guns. So.
This was in June of 2018.
Yes, this is like either the middle of June or the beginning of June, somewhere in there. So it was just, a few weeks prior to my dad's death.
How much of the gun did you see?
I mean, I looked at it enough that, that I knew roughly what type of gun it was.
Do you know guns?
I'm fairly knowledgeable. I mean, can't name every single gun that's ever been made, but I know, the difference between, a rifle, a shotgun, and, a semi-automatic handgun and a revolver. And
describe this gun that you saw.
so I definitely remember it being in like a old leather holster. I can't really remember the type of handle, but it wasn't what you call a blue finish, which is that dark black color. It was more of like, nickel chrome type look.
Do you remember the handle or anything about it?
No, I don't remember the handle. Like I said, I don't remember the color of the handle.
For the jury, if you were standing outside those, what I call, again, the American doors, if you're outside looking into where the couches and the ottoman and everything is, where you're dead, or you would hang out and eat dinner.
Okay.
If you walk into the doors, tell the jury where this drawer or this dresser or whatever it is where you found this.
So if I would have had my back to the door, the couch would have been right in front of me, and that piece of furniture would have been right here to my right.
When you found the gun, what did you do with it?
I didn't do anything with it
Did you
because
touch it, pick it up, move it, or just look at it?
I kind of maybe grabbed it enough to kind of like look at it, but I did not pull it out of the drawer because I had the AT&T guy in the basement with me. I didn't want to freak him out. But no, I never really fully picked it up and, looked at it. So yeah, that would have been the piece of furniture, the lamp there.
Talking about right here, this is Thrasher 226.
Yes, that was the piece of furniture that I saw it in on the top drawer.
So this is the sliding doors coming in being on the right.
Yes, sir.
When did you start, why did you start thinking about this gun? What made you think about gun, and who did you start telling about this gun?
When?
On the 5th.
On the 5th. So after, talking with her and, the comments that she's made previously, everything was just, I was getting red flags and all. And when I went down to check on the CPAP machine and the shotgun, after I checked the shotgun, I remember seeing that revolver. So I just wanted to go over and look to see if it was still in that drawer.
So on the 5th, did you go to see if that gun was there?
Yes.
And what happened?
So I went and opened that drawer, and that gun was not there. And closed the drawer back, didn't look anywhere else, and I went back upstairs. And then on my way back upstairs, I noticed a drop of blood on the floor. It was smaller than a dime, and it was, kind of almost right there before you get to the stairway.
Right by the stairs at the
Yes.
corner there?
So I didn't want to bring anything up at that time because this, like I said, this is prior to finding my dad. And, I didn't want to be like, hey, there was I went to go see if there was a gun down there and it's not there anymore. But, back when I found it, Melody was gone. My dad was at work, and I just forgot all about it. But for some reason that day when I went to go check to see if the shotgun was there, it reminded me that gun was in that drawer, and just something told me to go just check to see if it was still there.
Did you, afterwards on the 5th, when law enforcement came, did you talk to them?
Yes.
Did you tell them about this gun?
Yes.
Did you tell them about the blood?
Yes.
Did you tell them about other things you found unusual?
Yes. Or her behavior and stuff like that. Yes.
And then on, I think you talked to law enforcement on July 5th, I believe, at the scene. Is that with
Yes.
Detective Kuykendall in the vehicle?
Yes. I mean, there was. So I sat in the passenger seat, and I honestly don't remember who all was in the vehicle, but there was somebody in the driver's seat, and then I remember there was either one or two people in the back seat.
And then Detective Hayes is behind me here. At some point the next day, I think you went and talked to him again.
I want to say it was him that night, because
Yeah, that night into the next day,
Yeah,
down at the Freedom Precinct.
yes, I don't really remember talking to Detective Hayes right there on the property. My memory that I think the first time I remember talking to him was at the Free Home Fire and Police
So
Precinct.
one time on the scene, and then talking to the detective at the precinct.
Yes. There was a lot of police officers and detectives and everybody out there, so I can't say exactly who I talked to at all from my knowledge, but I talked to a lot of different police officers.
Just this time on 10, Evidence State's Exhibit. This is the direct
No objection.
So that's two notes now. States 7. So it's S Ferris 7, S Ferris 8, and S Ferris 9.
Right there, Med.
Hit you those. Let's start with 9. S Ferris 9. Not 7 or 8. Let's go to 9. On this one here, you see there's some text message between you and your dad on the cell phones. See
Yes,
that?
I do.
Let's see. Looks like on June 6, 2018, at the first one, 109, 12:07 p.m.
Yes.
This is from you to your dad. Can you read what that says?
Okay, so he called some mix up. He will be there around 2.
And then, okay. Let's see the times. Let's start at 112. So 6/6/2018, 9/18/36. You see that?
Yes, sir.
All right, it's from you to your dad, and then we're going to go upwards.
Oh, it's,
All right, so let's start.
it
with
looks like it's from my dad to me.
Yeah, to you from your dad, and what is that message?
DirecTV guys coming. Come here and let me show you the ISSR.
All right, then
So, yeah.
from you to your dad, the next one up. What's that say? Starting with, did they?
Did they give you a time frame on when they will be here?
And then going up to the next one, looks like to you from your dad.
Yes, he responded before 12.
And then the last one there.
He called and some mix up. He will be there around 2.
And he thought it was AT&T. Could it have been DirecTV?
I believe AT&T and DirecTV are the
But this
same
is what you're
company.
talking about.
Yeah,
when you-
this is what I'm talking about. It was to do with the satellite. So DirecTV is satellite.
Right, this is S Ferris 7. This is something we've pulled in the case. Can you see the date time here at the top? Can you just tell us what that is?
2018, June 5th, time is 12:48.
And then the message contents, just read that for us if you would. He would reply yes.
Reply yes to confirm your DirecTV appointment at 6/6, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. Reply no to reschedule. To stop receiving this message, reply stop.
Then S Ferris 8, this is June 6, 2018 text from them, and the message contents, what does that say? You can just...
Hello, we recently completed the direct TV visit. If you're experiencing service issues, please reply or call 678-971-2219 to guarantee tech within 24 hours.
Were you running around repeatedly saying there's lots of blood down there, there's lots of blood down there, or anything like that?
I never once said that.
I want to juxtapose two points on June 5th and June 6th. So one is when you're at the scene and you're talking to law enforcement, and then June 5th going into June 6th at the Freeholm Precinct when you talk to law enforcement.
You mean July?
Yes, excuse me, I'm sorry. July 5th and July 6th. The two positions I want to talk about is when you're at the scene and then you're down at the precinct, at what point did you learn that there was actually a bullet was found in your father's rib?
So we were there very, very late at night. I know it was probably close to 11, midnight or so. And they kept us in a kind of a conference room, and they brought us one by one back into another room individually. I don't remember who they brought back first and all, but by the time they brought me back, I believe it was Detective Hayes that was there with me. I don't really remember the details of what all was discussed at first, and then I was informed that they discovered a bullet lodged in the rib bone.
Do you remember Detective Hayes saying, "I've got something I got to tell you"? You remember how he broached that or told you about it?
I don't remember his exact words on how he did that because, you know, once I was told that that was happening, that happened, my mind just went into kind of shock, I'll say.
At that point, did you suspect your mom?
Definitely.
Was she there with you at the precinct?
She was there in the room that we were all kept in at.
Who else was there?
Amanda was there. Possibly Chad, Bruce. I don't remember if Chris and Emily were there.
After you were told that, did you go out and talk to others about what you were told?
That night?
Did the other family members, were they told about the bullet?
I don't remember discussing that with them, you know, after I came back out of the room.
What, did you ask your mom anything when you left?
I really don't remember if I did or not.
Afterwards, after July 6th, you couldn't go back to the property?
No, so, you know, they informed us for us to go up to that precinct, and we were all, you know, able to drive up there. We didn't have to ride in any squad cars or anything like that, but they did inform us that we were not allowed to go back to the property. So, from what I remember, Melody went and stayed with Amanda, and, you know, once we were fully released for the night, I left and went back up to the lake house because Ted was there and some other friends. So I knew I had somewhere to go to sleep that night.
Afterwards, was there a splitting of the family afterwards? Like some went one way and the others went the other way.
Oh yeah, I mean, once we found out that, you know, there was a bullet found in the rib bone, that, you know, obviously he's been shot, and then burned. And we all, we all put the pieces together because my dad had no enemies. I never once met anybody in my entire life that hated my dad. So we knew somebody, wouldn't have come there. The house wasn't wrecked. I mean, there was nothing. Everything was adding up to us that it wasn't a robbery, and it wasn't anything like that. And, her history of, having affairs and doing all this shady stuff that she's done, and especially her making the comment, I can't wait for the day he's dead and I don't have to live with him anymore.
Did Amanda support your mom or support y'all?
So I remember for several weeks, it seemed like, Amanda kept saying, well, he just had a heart attack and fell in the fire. And I was like, Amanda, how could he have had a heart attack and fell in the fire when A, they found a bullet lodged in his rib bone? And she's like, well, they could be lying to us. I was like, okay, well, if he had a heart attack and fell in the fire, why was everything gone from the fire pit? It's like the RTV would have been there, or the tractor would have been there. There would have been something. There was no indication to, especially to me, that he would have had a heart attack and fell into the fire.
So Amanda was not convinced?
She was not convinced on him being shot.
Was she supportive of your mother?
Oh yes, I mean, like I said, she was always glued to her side from the time I showed up over to the house and even after, and she was always with her.
Now, afterwards, the property, the house, and the contents of the house and things like that, fair to say that your mother and you and things were having some problems, some arguments over the disagreements, if you would, over the property in the house and trying to sell it and whatnot?
Afterwards? Yeah. Yes. I mean, it was, she immediately after this was all about trying to get as much money as possible.
Was Amanda being a go-between between you and the defendant at times?
If I remember right, yeah, she was very much involved, and all of us. I remember all of us getting, hit up about getting, having money handed over to her or something along those lines.
When you and your mom afterwards were trying to figure out what to do with the house, because I guess it went into the probate part, all the property basically was frozen. Is that right?
Yes, everything from. It seemed like the day of the 5th, they froze everything.
So the accounts and things like that?
Yes.
But on the 5th, was your mom going around asking who was on the bank accounts and stuff like that?
No, she was actually asking those questions before finding my dad. That was another, like I said, her behavior. She kept asking all of us, do you have access to the bank account?
At the scene while you're trying to find your dad?
Yes, I mean, this is like us trying to figure out where he could be.
Now, was it odd at times that your mom and you would have to talk and communicate after your father's remains were found? Y'all still had to deal with the house and try to deal with that aspect. Did y'all communicate somewhat on that?
Yeah, I mean, we were, I guess you said we went into kind of a survival mode, trying to figure out how to take care of everything, and because we had a lot of animals we still had to feed and keep lights on and stuff like that.
Judge, this time I attended evidence S. Farris 5.
No objection.
This again is the Cellbrite What I want to look at is if you can turn to page 2, number 3. So you see how at the top, when you go from and to, so the first category here with the number is from your mother to you. And does that say, how early can you be home to help me get barn cleaned up? People are coming at 6:30. Did you see that?
Yes.
And what is the date of that one? Timestamp there.
4/8/2019.
So y'all were still communicating after the fact of what to do with the house, is that right?
Yes.
And page 4, let's go to number 9. From your mom to you, and there's a text message about goat is having a baby. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that was in April of 2019.
Yes.
Did you still have to take care of the animals and things like that?
Oh, yes.
Was anybody else there helping you take care of the animals?
No.
Were you still staying in the barn at that time?
Yes, I was.
I'm going to go to page 9. On 28 there, do you see some message from your mom to you? That's April 19, 2019. It says, people come to look at house. Said barn apartment was filthy. Poop in floor, smelled so bad. Other realtor took pictures. This is beyond, I think she was trying to say unacceptable. You see that?
Yes.
And then the 29th message we have here on April 19, 2019 at 1:47, you replied to it, and what did you say?
On the 29.
See right here?
Oh, yes. That is bullshit. What's unacceptable is our father being murdered.
Did you find that your mom was saying things to you that you believe were not true, or saying to other people things that were not true
Oh, absolutely.
about how you were handling the house,
Yes.
what you were doing?
Yes.
How bad did it get? Did law enforcement ever get called on you?
There was a lot of times that I was never told, but animal control kept being called. And what I picked up off from the deputy who came out from animal control, he kind of acted like it was possibly a neighbor trying to get the animals. So that was the most occurrence of somebody from the Cherokee County coming out.
Did animal control ever come and take the animals away from you, or write you up, or lock you up, or anything like that?
No, sir. Every time they came out, they said, I showed them, their feed and, their hay. I walked them around. They looked at all the animals, and they're like, yeah, there is nothing wrong. All your animals look healthy. And,
Did you know whether or not it was your mother behind that?
No, I do not know if it was her.
Was it during this time that we see here there was disputes going on?
Yes.
Now, this is page 12. It's number 40 on this extraction. It's from you. Now, you've got mother too. I guess she had different numbers. Is that what you put it in?
Yeah, by that time, she had to get a new cell phone because Cherokee County had her other cell phone still.
Did your mother, the defendants, start asking about money and paying things and stuff on the cars and whatnot? If you would, read this message for us that on April the 3rd, 2019, from you to your mother. What does it say?
I have been giving Amanda $200 every month for insurance. I have it documented. She sent me a text last week saying she canceled the insurance on the Toyota. The lies need to stop because we are not falling for them. Just how we know you're now going around Tennessee telling everyone that Chris and I will get into fights with Daddy. You want to talk about a disappointment. How about you filing a false police report against me? We are not stupid and we are not falling for your lies.
Got pretty bad between y'all?
Yeah, so the whole police report thing, I believe it was after I came back from my grandmother's funeral. I was contacted about meeting with a detective in Woodstock Police Department. Later to come out, the reason why I had to go to Woodstock is because since Cherokee County was handling the investigation with my dad, they could not get involved with this one. Well, I found out the police officer I talked to, he said that Melody filed a report that I threatened to kill her just like how I did my daddy.
And this is all after the fact, right?
Yes.
So is it fair to describe that as soon as you were, after finding your father, the family was together for a little bit, and we've heard about the attorney, I'm not going to go into too much of that, but y'all then went and things separated. You, Chris, and Emily went this way, and Amanda went with your mom. Amanda and Chad Bruce went with your mom went that way.
Yes, that's correct.
Fair to say that y'all were close together, not pointing fingers or anything like that, but then as time went on, it just branched out.
Yes.
Father and father, the gap got wider and wider.
Yes.
But there were still, like on page 18 of this report, number 64 and 65, kind of an odd setting because you still had the house, and there's a message from you to her, 5:07 on May 21st, 2019. Did you leave the door unlocked? Do you see that message? Number 64 there.
Yes. Did you leave the door unlocked?
She replies and responds by saying the key is under the front rug. You see that?
Yes.
So at times it could be, I guess, amicable, but would you describe it as just odd and weird afterwards? Just how y'all had to interact at times?
Yeah, I had to be very careful because I knew with her aggression towards us, because there were several times that, if something happened that she didn't like, she would come up and start yelling at me and threatening me and stuff like that. I believe I talked to Detective Hayes, and he was the one that informed me that the memo recording on my phone, I'm able to do recording. So if I had any kind of interactions with her, I can record it, and at least there would be some kind of audio documentation of it.
Now, tell the jury again, who was Chad Bruce?
Chad Bruce, prior to this, was dating my sister Amanda.
Are they now married?
Yes, they're now married.
Is he close to your mom?
Oh, yes, very much so.
Did y'all have a time after this that y'all had an incident in the roadway outside the property?
Yes. So, after all this happened, I knew that I had to go find some work. I did mainly kind of like under the table type work. I didn't go get a full-blown job. I was trying to bring in as much cash as possible.
You working in a nursery or something?
Well, that was, I didn't immediately start working at my friend's nursery. I actually went and worked for somebody who I knew who had a landscaping, cutting, lawns and stuff like that.
But at some point you and Chad had an incident in the...
Yeah, so I came home from working all day, and I pull up and I see Amanda and Chad at the driveway. By this time we were locking the gate. And they were standing there, and when I pulled up, Chad started threatening me and cussing at me. So was Amanda. I don't remember exactly what it was about, but I was being yelled at and cussed at.
Is Chad, was he aggressive with you?
He was definitely yelling and all. I stayed in my vehicle, but he never came like charging at me.
Sure, no fisticuffs or anything.
Yeah, nothing like that. But he was yelling and cussing and calling me a piece of shit and all this stuff. And I was trying, during this, when this was happening, I was trying to hit the record button on my phone, and I somehow, you know, keeping my eye on him and trying to hit the record button on my phone in my lap, and I somehow wound up calling my buddy Justin, and all I hear is, hang up, call 911, hang up, call 911, and I was like, okay, so I did that, and I called 911, and by the time 911 got on the phone with me, Amanda and Chad were in their vehicle, and he pulled right up next to me, and he was cussing and yelling at me. So you could definitely, if you have the 911 recording, you'll be able to hear him.
So the tension was spreading to other people too?
Yes, I mean, him, Chad and Amanda, pretty much within a month after of this happening with my dad, they became fully against us and accusing us of stuff.
Scott, I don't really have much more. I have a couple more topics, and then I'm going to sit down and let the defense ask you some questions. I want to ask you about Rusty.
Okay.
At what point did you learn about Rusty?
It was sometime around not Amanda, but Emily's wedding. I know it was brought up that it was odd that Melody wanted to have him there at the wedding. I don't ever really remember meeting him as a child. I remember meeting his dad, and also, Martha Jane. I mean, less than a handful of times we went and saw them through our childhood, so I don't remember Rusty.
Yeah, so Scott, what I want to know is, on July 5th of 2018, was Rusty Barton even in your mind when this was going on?
No, not at the moment, no.
Did you learn more stuff after the fact?
Oh yeah, man,
But
more came out.
But your dad didn't know about Rusty Barton?
Yes.
How do you know he knew about it?
I knew at one point, my father sent me a text message saying along the lines of the girlfriend of Rusty Barton that your mother's having an affair with contacted me. I don't remember, what the rest was said in that text message, but I knew by that point he was aware of Rusty.
Your dad got a message about Rusty?
Yes, from what he texted me, he got a message from a woman that he was dating, apparently.
So the girlfriend of Rusty?
Yes.
This is S-Fair 6. I tendered yesterday. It's in evidence, and I want to go to... Do you remember talking or texting with your dad exactly what the language was about Rusty?
I would have to see this kind of recap my mind.
Look at S6, and for the record, I re-tendered it back into evidence, but this is number 23. It's your dad's sale from him to you. It's October 20, 2017 at 9:19 a.m. Do you see that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Your dad sends you a text. Read that into the record for us, please.
The girlfriend of her boyfriend, Rusty Barton, sent me several disturbing emails last night. She is spending a dime of my money.
We'll go down to the next message, 24. From your dad to you, October 20, 2017. What does your dad's message to you say?
Things will change dramatically. You need to pursue a job soon.
October 2017, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Scott, I want you to look at the jury and answer this question. Did you murder your father?
I absolutely did not murder my father. Without a doubt, I loved him.
Look at me. Did you have anything to do to help your mother dispose of and burn your father?
Absolutely not.
Tell them, not me.
No. Like I said, I love my father. He was the backbone. He was the glue to our family.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, time to take a break.
Take 15 minutes.
They awkwardly standing
No
here.
objection whatsoever.
We can do anything to
Get a comfortable
keep you
chair.
from messing it up. It's really more of finding a chair. Yeah, that
A chair would be good. I got no.
You will come on up here and sit, please. Yep, you're gonna sit right here.
Always nice to have some company up front. I'm right here.
So we couldn't take it on this, so.
So we'll go until we get word from them.
Practice. Zooming out.
Now that's the only thing. The problem that we have is if you have a vertical photo, that screws up everything.
And that's what we got a lot of.
So you're just gonna have to. Yeah, the old vertical photo is not. Go ahead and bring me. Doesn't really. Now my solution for that was the very first system we put in. I had a TV monitor that could turn, but when I took the large display the first time and turned it sideways, I thought it was going to fall out of the wall.
I remember that when you tested it out.
I was like, "Oh, that's not good. Let's don't do that."
I think that's when the TV was new too. If I
Yeah.
had a big TV in here, it's
Yeah.
about to fall off.
With one of these light ones, we could probably do that.
You don't
But
need
that
to-
other one,
I'm
It
gonna
was
bring it
big.
back here a little bit. I got it. Put it right there.
so.
I'll call you up.
So yeah,
Well, I'm sure they're a lot lighter than that first one you bought. That was one of the biggest TVs I'd ever seen, flat screen, the one that you got originally.
that would be the design articulating mount that
I'll
rotates
bring her back up here a little bit.
rotates the If y'all are like me, you don't want your Chick-fil-A sandwich to sit on that pickle for too long. All right, go ahead.
Good morning, Scott. My name is John Luke Weaver, and I, along with Michael Ray, represent your mother. I want to start, and a lot of this stuff you talked about yesterday, but I do want to talk, I want to go back in time a long way to your childhood. And I want to kind of go through that and work our way up in time from there. So you were raised where?
From the time we lived in Birmingham or Alabama to
Your first memory, where did you live?
my very first memory, I vaguely remember living in Tuscaloosa, but majority of my childhood memory is living in Birmingham, over in Hoover.
That's where you, in your mind, that's where you really grew up, was it?
Yeah, I mean, I was there all through elementary school.
All right. And so I kind of want to talk about how everybody was in the family. I mean, the family has kind of become a critical part of this case, as you know. So I want you to tell the judge, or the jury, kind of your perspective on everybody. So tell me about your older brother, Chris. Growing up, what was he like?
Growing up, him and I were very much involved in baseball, and we played a lot of spring ball, summer ball, fall ball. I mean, baseball we were consumed with. And, you know, my brother and I will always help my dad do projects around at that house there. I remember helping him build the back deck. And
So y'all played baseball, so you tall guys. Now, what position did y'all play?
we played a variety of different positions.
Pitcher?
At one point I was a pitcher. Played a lot of outfield. I don't really remember what all my brother played because we were never on the same team because he was older than me. But, you know, I've been shortstop, first base, pitcher, outfield.
You play in school for the high school teams?
No, I did not play baseball in high school. Once we moved to Georgia, I really didn't want to play anymore because I didn't have my friends anymore that I used to play with.
Lost those connections.
Yeah, in a way.
Also, too, the coaches didn't know you, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, we moved to a new town, new neighborhood, didn't know anybody.
Who was better at baseball, you or Chris?
I mean, Chris maybe? I don't know. I mean, him and I were used to be in our backyard and practice pitching and throwing, and, you know, we would do the same with my dad. So I really don't remember, you know, watching him play.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if I would have to say, we're probably equal.
And in Birmingham, that was when you guys, I mean, basically through all of your growing up, you guys shared a bedroom, right?
Yes.
Bunk beds, how did that work?
We had 2 twin beds in the room.
Just side by side.
Yeah, one on one side of the room, one on the other.
All right. And that was from your earliest memory to moving to, I believe, the Hampton Hall neighborhood?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so tell me about that. Did Chris ever get in trouble? Which one of you two was the mischievous one? Somebody had to be. 2 brothers.
I mean, yeah, we always got in trouble for something. I mean, nothing really stood out to, you know, that will stick in my memory for sure. But I mean, yeah, we got in trouble like any, you know, boys would that were.
Okay.
You know, this is before cell phones and internet and all that, so, you know, we were out, you know, actually playing like, you know, kids did back then.
Old school.
Old
I think
school
that's
way.
the word you use. You're old school.
Yeah.
Okay. Like your dad, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, but of the two of you, I mean, I've got 2 sons, and I got a mischievous son, and then I've got one who's basically always pointing the finger at the other son. But can you say of the 2 of you, which would be the more mischievous of the brothers? Just pick one. How about who was getting in trouble more growing up with your dad?
Well, that would probably be Chris because he was, you know, older than me. Once I got into middle school and he was in high school, we didn't really do things together. He had his own friends and stuff, so him and I weren't hanging out all the time like we would when we were younger in Birmingham. We just, you know, we got older. You know, take for instance, I mean, like right now, my fiance, she has an identical twin sister, and they talk every single day. My brother and I don't do that.
But back then, and so your answer would have been Chris got in more trouble than you.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I would have to say that. I mean, it's be kind of. I will get in trouble for one thing, and he'll get in trouble for something completely different. I mean,
so would you
we just had a lot. We had, you know, kind of strict rules, and.
But what do you mean by that? Strict rules?
I mean, our parents weren't soft on us. So if we did something wrong, they let us know.
That was both of you?
Yes.
And the girls too?
Yeah, I mean, the girls younger, but they weren't as hard on Emily and Amanda as they were Chris and I.
All right. So of the two parents, what you got to give me some examples. How would they discipline you?
Oh, my dad, you know, he would, you know, fuss at us and, you know, explain what we did wrong and everything like that. I have more memories of Melody hitting me.
Spanking you?
Spanking me with a belt, eventually upgraded to, I've been hit by spatulas and I've had things thrown at me. I do remember we were living in Birmingham in the girls' room.
No, not going into something that happened wherever, whenever, forever ago.
Right. So the girls, growing up, they were raised a little differently than you and Chris?
Yeah, I mean, they weren't treated like how, you know, Chris and I would. I mean, they're girls. And I mean, there's a difference between girls and boys do get into more mischief than what girls would.
All right. So, kind of, you know, not to say that this is the case, but if you could rank for each parent growing up, who do you think was the favorite and who do you think was maybe the least favorite of the children? So for your mom, we'll start there.
So my mom's point of view, who was the most
Who
favorite?
was the favorite? Who was the least favorite?
She definitely favored Amanda more.
Okay.
And then Chris, she favored more. I was middle child, so, you know, Chris was her first baby, and then Amanda was the baby. So
That was her top two.
Yes, from my perspective, yes, those were her top two.
So who would have been the least favorite?
I mean, they never treated us like, you know, any of us were like the outcasts or and all, but
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just from your
Yeah.
perspective as a child.
I just remember, you know, Amanda and Chris kind of got, you know, treated a little bit better than, you know, they got better birthday presents and got more attention in a way. And I'm not saying Emily, you know, didn't get that and all, and I didn't get it because, you know, my dad always made sure that, you know, all of us were treated, you know, kind of equally.
Okay, so on your dad's side of things, who would you say his favorites were?
Both the girls.
A little bit harder on you and Chris?
He was just, you know,
When you say
he
old
put more discipline on us.
Right. When you use the word old school multiple times. You've been interviewed for this case about 6 times, and you've been testifying now for about 6 hours. And you use the word old school a lot. What did that mean?
Old school is, you know, he never coddled us. You know, he made sure we got out and did yard work and we got our stuff done. You know, I remember growing up, we couldn't go play with our friends until we got our chores done.
He held you accountable.
That would have been Melody more.
Okay, well,
doing that.
I was saying he held you accountable.
He just, you know, he definitely got us involved on, you know, doing stuff like that. So it wasn't, you know, work came, you know, get work done first before play.
And you mentioned that growing up too, I mean, there kind of was a little different standard with the girls. Amanda got a brand new car, and I believe you got a 1991 Silverado.
Yes.
What color was it?
Black.
Okay. So you moved to Atlanta in '95?
Yes, sir.
Right. What do you remember about that move?
I remember coming over. We stayed a lot at the Renaissance Hotel down in Atlanta, which was right next to my dad's, you know, law firm. That's where they.
Where was the firm back then?
It was
Because
like
that was before Atlantic Station was built.
yes, it was, you know, catty corner to the Varsity.
Okay.
So it was right there. So you had at the time, I think it was South Trust building, and you had the Renaissance Hotel connected to it. So that's where we stayed at while they were looking for a house.
At the hotel.
Yes, we would stay there.
And were you happy about the move?
I wasn't crazy about it because, like I said, I had all my friends in Birmingham. I had my best friend Kyle that we went fishing every single day in the lake that we had in the neighborhood, and I used to go to hunting camp with him and his dad. So I had all my, you know, my friends there, my best friends, and I was moving to an area that I didn't have any friends, didn't know anybody.
So, you know, Emily has been kind of noted as the brain of the family, like of the four, right? The smart one?
Yeah.
Okay. So, how were your grades growing up?
Oh, I was not the best student. Wish I got my dad's brains on book smart and all, but I always struggled in school just because I would get very, you know, I'll lose attention. I'll get bored or something and wander off in my mind. And I graduated, but I was nowhere near the top of my class. So, I mean, school wasn't my strong suit. I'm more of a hands-on person.
Okay. How did that go with your dad? Was he kind of upset with you about your grades and how that went growing up?
No, he always helped me. He tried to help me, you know, with homework and, you know, try to improve my school. I mean, he was always going over homework with me and, you know, grabbing my textbooks and, you know, helping me out, basically kind of tutoring me.
When you moved to Atlanta, did you have any opportunity to ever meet Angela Phillips?
I've pretty much known of Angela my entire life. That was my dad's legal assistant. So as far as I can remember my dad working for the law firm, she was the legal assistant.
Okay. And when did you find out about the relationship that your dad had with Angela?
I never knew about a relationship with her.
Have you ever heard about it before?
Nope. This is the first time I've ever hearing this.
So you graduated high school, what, about 2000, 2001, somewhere in there?
Yes, sir.
Which one?
2000, well, it was after 9/11 that I graduated, so it was my senior year of 9/11 happened.
So that would be like 2002.
Yes.
Okay. So, and you joined the infantry in, what, 2008, 2009?
Yes, sir. It was, I started out, I went to the recruiting office in the early 2008, I think it was.
Well, let's back up. What did you do between 2002 and about 2008?
So when I was in high school, like I said yesterday, you know, I was on the work program. I worked at Jiffy Lube, so I did oil changes and stuff like that. Once I graduated from high school, then I went and worked for Tires Plus, and then several other mechanic shops. for several years, and then
So you say several. Why were you changing jobs so much?
just trying to make more money and all. I mean, mechanic shops is kind of like, you know, barbers and stuff like that. They don't. It's rare if one stays at one location for a long period of time. Also, a lot of mechanic shops, they got their master technicians, and you can't really go anywhere. So you go in as like a lube tech, which just does oil changes and brake pads and stuff like that. So whenever I found an opportunity to gain, you know, a higher job experience, I would try to take advantage of it and make more money.
Did you ever attempt to go to a trade school or anything like that? Get an extra education?
I thought about trying possibly going to linear tech and going into the automotive, but once I got into working on cars and all, I realized you really didn't need it. It's better just hands-on training. You learn more that way. There's a lot of people who worked in that industry that didn't have a degree hanging on the wall that was making decent money.
So it'd be fair to say during those years, and I think I'm taking your words from one of your interviews, that, you know, prior to your military service, you didn't have purpose at that point in your life.
I didn't really have a career job.
Right.
I mean, at that point, no, I didn't have a job that I knew, oh, this is what, I'm going to stay at this company for the rest of my life and retire from here. No. I was still young, you know, really didn't know where I wanted to, which direction I wanted to lean into. So, and at one point I decided I just, you know, instead of working on cars, I went towards selling cars to see how that would be. And so I started selling cars.
Okay. Where were you selling cars?
My first job was at Gossett Volkswagen, right there, kind of Roswell, Alpharetta, off of Mansell Road. We sold Volkswagens and Bentleys. I then left from there and went to Regal Nissan, which is the next exit down Holcomb Ridge. That was more family owned. Loved working there. Did great there, sold a lot of cars, made a lot of money.
About what year was that?
This was around 2005, I want to say, that I was working there. Because when my grandmother had her heart attack and had to have open heart surgery, I was working there.
And that would have been before you went into the military?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what, about 07, 06, somewhere in there?
Yeah, about in that time frame.
All right. So you were living at home with your parents still, correct?
At that time, yes.
At that time? So from 02 to 08, you lived with your parents, from graduating high school to 08?
No, I did move out for a little while. I lived with some friends and...
Like how long would you say is a little while?
Not even a full year.
Okay. Were you the only one of the four siblings that stayed at home after high school? Now, Chris testified he moved to Maine.
I mean, we all kind of stayed home, you know, came back home a little bit. I think Emily was the only one who really, you know, stay as long under our parents' roof as, you know, the rest of us. But we all kind of, you know, once we graduated high school and we were in and out of the house.
But of those 6 years, you spent 5 of them at home between going to the military and graduating high school.
Yeah, majority of it, yes. I was
Okay.
living under the roof.
So tell me about what was the status of your parents' marriage back then? Actually, what was it like when you were growing up? Was it were they loving?
To me, it seemed like a very happy, normal family. I mean, I don't have any, you know, especially don't have any memories of us living in Birmingham of any conflict whatsoever. And even after we moved to Atlanta or Alpharetta, It was several years, and didn't notice anything until I started hearing rumors from kids in the neighborhoods about my parents.
Okay. But prior to that, no issues.
No, not that I remember.
So after high school, you're living at home. Were you noticing any issues, or was it still just normal?
It still kind of seemed normal. I mean, there was nothing that stood out to me.
All right. Did you ever? How about during those years? Which one of the parents did you spend the most time with? Your mom or your dad?
I mean, obviously it would be my mother because she was a stay-at-home mother, so she was there. My dad was always at the office Monday through Friday. So, but
Is that when y'all started kind of? It seems like you guys both had an affinity, an affection for yard work, and working with your hands.
Yeah, that's always been. It seemed like my entire life.
So back then, even would you and your mom do stuff like that?
Oh yeah, I mean, we all got out and worked in the yard.
All right. And it sounded like when your grandmother, Miss Walker, had her heart surgery, that you went over there with your mom
Yes.
and stayed for a long time.
Yes, there was quite a period of time that we were up there.
So of the two parents, and I know everybody always gets on, I ask a lot of questions. This is a serious case, so I have to ask a lot of questions.
Mm-hmm.
But back then, and even through, I would say, 2018, I'm just asking, which one of the two parents did you spend the most time with?
Well, it still would have been her because my dad was working. So I helped her with the situation of my grandmother. So I believe, Emily was in college. Amanda, at the time, I think she was in college too. Chris was doing his thing. So, I was the one that, was really able to help her, with the whole ordeal of my grandmother. So, I was around her the most out of the two.
Y'all were close.
Yeah, I mean, we weren't best buddies, but yeah, I mean, she was my mother, and I was there to, help her out with everything that was going on.
Right. I mean, you now refer to her exclusively as Melody.
Yes.
And you started doing that in 2019, and you've been doing it ever since. 2019 into 2020. But even when you talk about her in a past tense, you use the word "my mother," talking about her back then.
Yeah, I mean, she acted like a mother. She was my mother. And the reason why I don't like calling her my mother now is because the way she treated me after all this started, and then once it came out that my father was murdered and her actions prior to him being murdered, yeah, I mean, she tore our family apart.
So why did you decide to go into the Army?
So once I noticed things were happening between her and Ted, and that was going on, my father actually told me, you might want to pursue another job, because I was in sales. I sold cars. The recession was coming on, the housing market crashing. He also did bankruptcy as well too. So he kind of said, hey, you might want to find a different job because things are about to get bad. So I knew I've always wanted to serve. I've always been an outdoors guy. I don't obsess over sports like my brother does. I'm more hunting and fishing and going out, being in the woods and everything like that. So I decided that I wanted to go and join the Army and just kind of restart my life over, get away from
That's the
drama.
word, restart. That's the word I think you've used previously.
Yeah, just, I knew going into the Army, I'll be able to, get away from the situation that was starting to brew up.
What was that?
That Melody was having an affair with Ted Wiley.
What does that have to do with your situation starting to brew up? In your life, what does that have to do with your life?
I didn't want to see the drama turmoil going on between my parents and this, and you know, I had my grandmother.
So
in the hospital.
you're telling this jury that you joined the Army because you believed your mother was maybe starting to have an affair with Ted Wiley, and so you're going to join the Army, and it's not because you're bouncing from job to job to job in the mid-2000s and you don't have your own home. It's not, that wouldn't be why you joined the Army?
There's a lot of different factors of the reason why I joined the Army. I mean, the stuff going on between, you know, in my parents' relationship, and then also my dad telling me about, you know, the economy going, and I started to see it. I wasn't selling as many cars and stuff like that, and, you know, I just wanted to, it was my way of kind of going into how someone would go to college. They're getting away from the family and also I chose, you know, the Army path.
So you were born in 1983.
Yes, sir.
And then you joined in 2008, so that would have made you about 25?
I was about 24 around then.
So a little older than the average person coming into the Army at that point.
Yeah, I mean, when I actually went through basic training, there was actually several people who were older than me, and some the same age, but yes, majority of them were, you know, 19, 20 years old, fresh out of high school.
And where did you said yesterday where you did your basic? I didn't write that down.
Down at Fort Benning in Columbus, Georgia.
And when did, what was your report day on that?
My report?
Your first day of report. The date.
I don't remember the exact date. I remember my dad dropping me off at the recruiting office, and the recruiters took me by the car and took me down to MEPS down in Atlanta. I don't really remember the exact date.
And you testified yesterday that you actually remembered your mother crying when you were leaving.
That was when they dropped me off at the airport when I was flying back to El Paso to deploy to Iraq within 24 to 48 hours.
And that was in 2009, correct?
Yes.
Right. And your tour in Iraq, do you remember when that started?
It was in April of 2009.
Mm-hmm. How long were you on tour over there?
It was right, we didn't hit a full exact 12 months, but it was like 10 and a half months or so. Because I came back, I believe it was in May of I want to say March of 2010. So we were just shy of the year mark. I know we were close enough to the year mark that, you know, we were allowed to put the 2 marks on our dress uniforms of a full year deployment.
And I've got to ask you some questions about that tour. And I know that I don't like to ask anybody about this, but in this case, you've mentioned some things that you saw. You mentioned that you knew what burned bodies looked like. So I need to know, you referred to yourself as a bullet catcher. So I need to know kind of some idea for this jury what you experienced in Iraq.
So on that deployment, I was part of a specialized group. It's called PSD, Personnel Security Detachment. And we escorted high-ranking officers, any celebrities who came out on the USO tour, because the base I was at, we had a building, the ziggurat is from the Bible, home of Abraham. So anybody who came out to entertain us and all, they wanted to go out and see it, so we would provide security for them. But majority of the time, we were going out and providing security for high-ranking officers, meeting with local leaders in Iraq, and escorting officers from base to base, make sure they were okay. We also escorted EOD and the bomb sniffing dogs, and we did a lot of security for different stuff. We even did prisoner transport. You know, we would go and pick up prisoners off, you know, Chinook helicopters and transport them to the jails that we had. And I mean, we just did a wide variety of security, and we also did patrols too as well.
So it would have been during the patrols that you saw the burned bodies?
Yeah, I mean, it's a third world country. I mean, I've always said to the people here who complain about this country, it's like, go to those countries. It makes you sick on the stuff you see. But yeah, man, I've seen bodies. I witnessed a dump truck flip over and crush a vehicle with 5 people in it and pancaked it.
Did it flip over because of an IED?
No, it flipped over because we were on a mission. We were transporting some top secret information, and a vehicle came up from behind. So the gunner on the last vehicle, he always pulled the 6 o'clock position. He got whatever was coming up behind. So there was a car coming up. He flagged them to stop or whatever. Well, they got over onto the other side of the road, and so be it. A dump truck was coming up, and they both turned the same direction. The dump truck flipped over and landed right on top of the vehicle, and there was about 4 or 5 occupants in that vehicle, and it pancaked the vehicle. And it happened literally right in front of my truck. I had to slam on the brakes, and it was inches between the front of my truck and the dump truck that flipped over. That's how close it came from us wrecking. And of course, I had to pull around to pull security, and my PC, the guy who sits next to me, he goes, "Do you see anybody alive in there?" And I looked down, and it was a gruesome scene. And I was like, I highly doubt anybody's alive in that. So, we saw stuff like that. I mean, you see burning vehicles with people inside them. I mean, my platoon got blown up by IED one night. We've been rocketed, mortars coming in. I experienced a lot.
Did you ever have to move any of those bodies?
No.
And in this action, did you have to take any kind of tactical training out in the field, or any tactical movements out in the field, and wherein you actually killed somebody in Iraq?
I can't confirm, that I had somebody in my sights and I saw them go down, but there was some. It's hard to describe. Talk to people who've never been in that situation. So I could say one thing, but y'all could think something different. You're not there. It's not what's on the movies. It's completely different.
And you've experienced some PTSD since that time, correct?
For a while, I didn't like being in crowded places. I just felt uncomfortable. But no, I never really had nightmares and nothing like that. The only problems I ever had was being in a very crowded area. I didn't like that. I didn't feel comfortable. And also loud noises. If like something big fell and made a loud noise, yeah, y'all might get scared, but my heart rate goes up a little bit more, because it brings back the time we got blown up. Because after that, it's still to this day, it still does it.
Did you seek any treatment?
No.
Did you ever think maybe you should have?
No, because it never controlled my life. When all that stuff happens, I just, especially like loud noise or something, I just take a couple of deep breaths and just calm down and go about my day. Don't really think about it anymore. Now I've gotten, it's been a long time since I didn't, I feel more comfortable now being in, very crowded areas. That all went away, once I was kind of back home. So.
And that was in 2010, correct? Is when you got back home?
Yeah, I got back from deployment in
Right.
2010.
And then you went to Texas after that, right? Or did I get
I
that?
was still stationed in Texas, so that was where I lived. And like I said, when I was deployed, I re-enlisted. It came up on time for my contract to be, extended, and I took the choice of getting duty station and re-enlisted, and I chose to go to Fort Benning with 3rd ID. That was the unit that was there. And then within a year, it was just a few months after getting back from deployment, I started the process of PCSing to Fort Benning.
Okay. What PCS? What does that mean?
Permanent change of duty station.
Okay.
Is,
Were you planning on doing a career in the military?
yes, I was.
I think I heard you say that in a previous interview. You were that was the plan.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I probably wouldn't have stayed in the infantry. I would have gone with a different job because it's very hard on your body being in infantry. And I was getting older. So, matter of fact, when I joined the Army, they begged me to be a helicopter mechanic because I scored so high on the ASVABs on the mechanical side, and they were really needing helicopter mechanics. But I didn't want to turn wrenches. I wanted to be infantry. So, I didn't choose that route. So I was thinking about, going into that side once, I came up for re-enlistment again. And then we had a meeting with our first sergeant, and then we had a meeting with our battalion commander, and then it came out that they were going to be releasing a lot of people, and I was one of the people. And on my DD 214, it says reduction in force is the reason why I was separated from the Army.
And you were frustrated by that, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I had a contract. That's what I wanted to do. I had no choice in the matter. I volunteered to join the Army, and then they're just going to let us go. They gave us insurance for 180 days and said, if you got any other issues, just take it up with the VA.
So how long did you hang out in Columbus after being discharged before moving back in with your parents? Because you were married at the time, right? What was her name again?
Gina.
Gina.
I was married, but we were not together. She was living up here in Atlanta. And no, about the time that when I was getting released from the Army, the two guys I lived with, one other one was getting out as well too, and the other guy was being restationed at another base. So we were all moving out, and I was also coming back up home and trying to join Milton Police Department.
What year was that?
That was 2012. So I had quite a bit of time to the out processing. When you start getting out of the Army, it's not
Right.
one day thing. It's several months. So they prep you for going back into the civilian world and allow you to go and seek other jobs and stuff like that. So I came up and started the process of joining Milton Police Department, and I did their PT test, and I did their written.
Why Milton specifically?
Because I knew the area. I went to Milton High School. It was my town, my hometown that I grew up and went through school to. So, I was more comfortable doing it there. I wanted to do it there, if anywhere. So I just knew the area. It was my home. So, I was able to provide service, provide service for my country. Now I can provide it for my hometown.
You feel like that was what your life was meant to be, right, Scott?
To serve, yes.
Yeah, to be in service, whether law enforcement, military, that was what you were meant to do.
Yes, I was happy doing that.
Okay.
I enjoyed it.
And why? Why do you think?
Because I've always liked helping people. I mean, look at it. I mean, when you're working on a car, you're helping somebody out. You're helping them fix their vehicle. They don't know. I mean,
Well, that's service. But that's a different type of service.
But
So-
yeah, it's kind of the same thing. I just like being there for people and help out and do what I can. I enjoyed it.
Do you think that also you enjoyed people coming to you for help too?
Yeah. Man,
So-
I have to do as much as I can. If somebody came up to me, if I'm able to do it, I'm going to help them out.
You go to law enforcement for help, right?
Yeah.
That's what. Okay. And did you apply anywhere else?
No, because I started there, and once I got through the one-on-one interviews, so I first did the PT test, then I did the written exam, and once
How'd you do on that?
Well, I passed because they said if you didn't pass, you wouldn't be called in for the one-on-one interview. So obviously I passed. I got called in. It was like another week or two later that I got called in for an interview, and I was in there with them for quite a bit of time. And the gentleman who was walking me out, he made the comment to me, he goes, "You have the GI Bill, right?" I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "If you can, try to get your post certification." I was like, "Okay." And
So would that mean that the GI Bill would have even paid for your post certification?
he said that to me. I didn't know if it
Go down
would
to
or not.
Jitstick, which back then was down near Macon.
I don't know where it would have been at.
Okay.
So,
Forsyth? No, they didn't tell you that?
no, sir.
Okay. Go ahead. Just keep telling me about that.
So, he made that comment, and then it was a couple days later, I got a letter, and it pretty much said, "Thank you for your time and all," but it was along the lines as we don't have the funding to be able to send somebody to the academy. We're more looking for somebody who's already post-certified, but in the future, reach back out and apply again. So that's what I got. And then I started looking at, I went around to Roswell and stuff. I asked police officers there. I was, kind of seeing if it was the same thing. And everywhere I went, they were like, yeah, they're not hiring rookies. They're wanting already people who've already been police officers. And this was, towards the end of the recession. Now, a lot of counties had money and, our economy was not the greatest. Kind of almost what we're in now, but so that's why that got put on hold. And at the same time, we purchased the farm, and
So we'll slow down there real quick. So did you apply to anywhere in Cherokee County? Holly Springs, any of those?
at that time, no. So once we were at the farm, and it was getting to where things were getting better. I started seeing a lot of commercials about counties hiring and everything like that. I started researching into Cherokee County.
Okay.
And I was about to put my application in and start the process over again of doing that, and all this started. And then
All this meaning the barn? Or, meaning the farm?
no, I'm meaning as my father being murdered.
Okay, so that would have been the gap. Let's go back. I'm back in 2012. You're still living at Hampton Hall, yes?
Well, during that time, I was in the process of out processing from the Army and moving back.
But when you're applying to Milton and all those things, you've moved back in with your parents, correct?
I was still living down at Fort Benning, but I was coming up, staying on the weekends and doing that stuff. But by the time that I was able to, I was finished out processing down at Fort Benning, yes, I moved back home to the Hampton Hall neighborhood.
Okay. And do you remember what, specifically time of year that was in 2012?
Kind of a springtime, I want to say. I don't remember the exact date, but it was, if I remember right, summer, probably around there, spring, summer.
Okay. So speaking of, restarts, you kind of did a restart by going into the military. Tell me, did you ever hear your parents talk about their own restart around that time?
No.
Restarting, and that was kind of why they bought the farm.
So at the time, everything seemed fine. They seemed like their normal selves again. So I never felt comfortable, talking to either one of them about, the drama that they had between them. But to me, it seemed like everything was back to normal, a happy life. And, they talked about putting the house up for sale and buying the property, and so everything seemed normal to me.
Well, tell me about the purchase of the farm. How did they find it? Why did they get it? What do you know about that?
So, if I remember right, we kind of started looking out at properties around the Milton area, and we looked at several different properties. And
You were going with them?
yes,
All right.
and we,
Why were you going with them? Had they already determined that you'll be kind of the property manager if they get a property, or
no,
how did that come
not
up?
at that time. No, I was
Right.
just there. I was one of the children who was I was living back with them and all. And
How were you making a living at the time? Did you have a job?
so at that time, I started working for. I got back into selling cars again. So when the police department thing didn't work out, I went back into selling cars. So I worked for Nally Acura out by Dobbins Air Force Base,
Okay.
and I worked there until Nally opened up a Toyota dealership on Highway 9 in Roswell. They remodeled and built a whole new one. So once that opened, I put in a transfer to go from Acura to Nally Toyota, because it was a much shorter drive from Alpharetta to Marietta.
And how long were you there?
It seemed like over a year. So, and my dad they came in and bought the Toyota Sequoia from me. So I was there for a little while.
About when did you start running the farm?
So I left Toyota, and then I started working at the warehouse. Was working there. That was when they decided to sell the house and buy the farm. So I was, working there and in the process of help moving and everything there. So, and then I lost my job probably
You lost your job in 13?
around there, yeah.
Right around middle of 13?
We were already on the farm.
Okay.
It already became winter because the snow apocalypse happened.
Okay. So maybe even into 14?
Yes. Yeah, so I do definitely know I was still working for the company when that snowstorm came in and it got so many people stranded on the highways and everything. Because I actually had to help Melody get home from that.
Okay. And so that would have been sometime in 14, and then you lost your job. What happened there?
So they used to have, the company I worked for, they imported furniture pieces from Europe. The company was called Europe to You. So
Wait, I thought you were working at a car place.
No, I left Toyota and started working at the...
I missed that. All right.
Yeah.
Another job at this point.
Yes.
Okay.
So I was working at the warehouse, doing that. So, but there's a building down in downtown Atlanta. It's the marketplace or something. It's where, everybody goes and sells to different companies and all. So everybody has their own studios set up and stuff. Well, they asked me to go, they sent me down there a lot to pick up furniture and stuff like that. And they asked me to go down there, and they told me what, needed to be getting. My manager told me, and I told him, I was like, I need some help because I know that piece I can't pick up by myself. He told me, okay, take such and, I don't remember the guy's name, take him with you. So we go down there. Well, a couple days later, I come into work, and the owners were like, we told you to go down there by yourself. I was like, I never got told to go by myself. I was told to ask, and then I asked, the manager if I'm able to take somebody because there was some furniture I couldn't get by myself. And they're like, well, we didn't authorize that. I was like, well, he did. So, they've already pretty much made up their mind they were going to let me go. And I think it's,
And so what you were just doing right there, and I'm sorry, I even got lost a little bit. You were explaining why you got terminated, correct?
Yes.
That's what that was.
Yeah, that's the reason why I lost my job there.
Okay, but you were terminated, and that was your explanation of why.
Yeah, that's the
That's
reason
your
why.
opinion.
That was the reason why they told me that I was being let go, is because I wasn't authorized to take that employee with me to help out move the furniture.
And so, was it at that point that your dad basically finally said, "Just come on back, run the farm. You can't hold a job. Come run the farm."
No, he never said that.
He never said that. How did he say it then?
So
I wasn't there.
After I lost my job, I let my dad know what happened and all. And once again, I sat and talked with my dad. I said, "Look, I really want to join, the police force." And he knew exactly why I was let go from the Army, and he knew about the economy and everything. And we came on agreements that I would, manage the farm until people started hiring more in law enforcement.
So let's talk about that agreement. How did that work? I mean, where were y'all sitting on the farm when y'all came up with that agreement?
I don't remember exactly where we were sitting at when we came out. It most likely probably would have been down there by his office, because we would sit out there and talk sometimes.
All right. And were you were living in the barn, or were you living in the house back in 2004?
I never lived in the house. I always lived above the barn.
Right. And had y'all got any animals by that point?
At that time, we definitely had the goats, and we started adding on more to the farm. We got our first horse, and then we got.
Was that your idea? Where did these ideas come from? How did we create this farm? Because you guys lived, y'all live in Birmingham for years and years, and you said it was kind of a smaller house, similar to the size that you live in now. Then you moved to Atlanta or Alpharetta, and then all of a sudden it's this huge house, biggest house you'd ever imagined. Obviously, until you get to the house at Purcell Lane. But how did this come to pass? How did you guys decide to become farmers? I didn't really get a good answer for that yesterday.
My dad wanted something else that he could do more projects on. He ran out of projects at the old house. That's kind of why he wanted it more. I assume, if I remember right, they wanted something different. They wanted something bigger. He deserved it. He worked his tail off, and he could afford it. And he grew up with his grandparents and everybody having cattle. And I remember going to my great grandparents, Mama Parsons, and they had cows and chickens and all that. So he wasn't opposed to it. Nobody was opposed to it.
Well, nobody was opposed to it, but who really wanted to do it? That's where I'm trying to get you guys to explain that to the jury.
My dad wanted property, and I would say, Melody and we all like having the animals. My dad didn't really care.
He didn't care about the animals.
He didn't care about, really having all the horses and everything like that.
So it was you and your mother that loved the animals. That was primarily the two people in this family that wanted
that, and my brother's kids, they were excited about the horses, and everybody enjoyed the animals.
But the primary care of the animals was you and your mom.
The primary care was me.
Okay, so it was you. You were the primary care. So how much would you say your mother cared for the animals and the property?
Like I said, she would do a little bit, but no, not on a regular, every single day basis. She would get out and feed and
it was
clean,
you.
and clean stalls and stuff like that. It was me who did all that.
All right. So where did your paychecks go? Where did you get?
I never got paychecks. I never, like I said earlier, my dad gave me a credit card, and he's giving me a debit card, and that's what it. There was no agreement on, you're going to get such and such each.
So you
week
didn't
or
have
month.
a set amount of money that you could live off of.
No, because he knew that I wasn't, I wouldn't go out and try to buy a car or anything, stuff like that. Everything that I got was either for the farm or anything, but, I could go out and have lunch, or I could go out, and go play golf with my buddies, and do stuff like that. But, I never really went on vacations anywhere. I didn't do any of that. And,
Like Chris.
Yeah, I mean, for the longest time, I went without ever seeing a beach. I mean, it was, the last time I saw a beach, we went on a beach trip right after I got back from deployment. I was in the process of changing from Fort Bliss to Fort Benning, and we all took a beach trip down the Gulf Shores.
And that's the last time, even to this day, that you've seen the beach?
No, I've seen the beach since then.
Okay. Back during these years?
Yes.
All right. So, you would, on a day-to-day basis, if you needed money, you would have to get the credit card from your dad, correct?
Depending if he asked for it back. So
And he would?
Yeah. So, I had it majority of the time. He gave me a card and said, look, this is all the stuff you buy all the feed and everything like that on this, and this is your card. So that's how my paychecks worked. I mean, I was able to pay my cell phone bill, and
You would pay your cell phone bill?
yeah, with the credit card.
And on the card, did it say, multiple people within a family can have a card, right, on the same account? Did it ever say Scott Farris on the card?
No, it never had my name on it
Okay. Why not?
because it was in my dad's name.
Right, well, let's talk about that. Why do you think your dad never gave you a card in your own name?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean,
He never told you?
no.
Okay.
I didn't care to have one with my own name on it. It never really struck my mind.
Okay. So, and we're going to get into probably this afternoon. I have a number of exhibits and a number of texts and a number of things that we're probably going to talk about today. But I want to know how your dad felt about your spending money. In your words. Because you were at
He
that.
never had a problem because, like I said, I never went out and did extravagant things.
Well, here's what I'm trying to ask you. You were, in the year 2013, you would have been a 30-year-old man. Yes?
Yes.
All right, roughly a 30-year-old man.
Yeah.
So you're a 30-year-old man, you're living at home, and you don't have your own debit card, even though you're working for the family and you're not getting paid. He keeps taking it back from you. Almost daily, weekly. You have to take it back. His card. Why do you think he kept you on such a financial tight leash?
He didn't keep me on that, and we didn't take it. He anytime that he needed his card, is because he needed it for something. So I didn't question on that. So whenever he sent me a text message saying, hey, bring me my credit card, that was the time that he needed it, and I would wind up getting it back either the next day or a couple days later. He'll give it back to me. But no, he never once cut me off from, money.
So text messages that you've seen in this case. I mean, you've had your phone. You've gone through this many times with the district attorney's office. You even, I believe, we saw one earlier today where he wants you to get other jobs, do other things. Can you talk about that for the jury?
So you're talking about the instance where it showed earlier that it's time for you to pursue another job? Because at that time...
Well, as a matter of fact, Judge, can you switch that back up? It's still pulled up. It's right here. Thank you, Judge. Right here. 2017. I believe it was October. October 20th. From your dad to you, things will change dramatically. You need to pursue a job soon.
Yeah.
You got to tell me what was going on around that time, Scott.
She was disappearing off to Tennessee. And
What does that have to do with you, Scott?
Judge, I'm Judge. If he asks a question, the witness should be allowed under 611, 623 to answer. He can't cut him off.
Let him finish his answer. Try to stay in the realm of the question. Go ahead.
So that question right there, at that time there was stuff going on between Melody and Rusty, and my dad was finding out. That's, earlier what you saw on, that the girlfriend of Rusty emailed him and all. That was about the same time period. And that was his way of saying that, he was going to sell the place. I mean, if he was going to file for divorce, he's going to sell the place, and that I needed to find work elsewhere. It wasn't referring to me as, he was putting it on me that I was freeloading off of him. No, that was him saying, hey, things are going to change.
Sorry, I'm going to let him answer. Did you feel like you were freeloading off of your dad?
No, because I put in a lot of work for him. I worked my butt off there at the farm, and I didn't ask for money and not do anything for him.
But you didn't really seem to get that much money. I mean, you would take out little amounts of money here and there, $100 here, $100 there to go play golf with Ted and do things like that, but you didn't have stuff. You didn't buy much stuff.
I didn't need it.
Okay. So you don't think it's unusual that you didn't ask for at least, $500 a week, something like that?
No, because everything I did wasn't, required that much money. I mean, I knew that I wasn't, having my own career and all. He was helping me out, and at the same time, I was helping him. So I wasn't going to go and, spend his money and not do work around the farm and help him out. I'm just not that. He raised me that way. So that's
Old school.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a hard worker. I'm still to this day.
All right. I'm starting with Scott 88. So I'm going to show you some text messages. If we can switch back, Judge. What was your phone number at the time?
It should be the same as now. It's always been the same. It's 404.
So you can see in these, we use kind of a format. It's not as good as the one the district attorney's office uses, but we all got it from them. And so source address, what phone number was that? The 678?
5. Cell phone.
That was your dad's cell phone. All right. So I've got a text message here that looks like it was on 2018 6/29. What does it say?
The very top one?
Very top one.
Bring me the credit card.
All right. Then kind of working back in time, what does the next one say?
Come down here?
All right. Is it from your dad to you?
Yes.
All right. What would that have meant? Do you have any idea?
So that would have mean I was upstairs in my apartment. He pulled up to the barn, and so he was texting me for it to come down.
Right. So this message right here, the next one, which is about 5 days before, 6/12. The 9032, that's your dad, and that's to you. And what does it say?
The credit card better be in my wallet before I leave tomorrow.
Right. Then, I think earlier that day, what does the next message say?
Bring me the credit card now.
All right. And then what does the next one say?
I grabbed the credit card because I needed to get Luke and Leroy flea stuff from the vet today.
All right. So that would have meant this is earlier, this is about a week before, I guess. 6/7, it looks like it says, of 2018. But you had to tell him what you would spend money on, yes?
Yeah, I mean, in that instance, I told him why I was grabbing the credit card to go buy flea stuff for him. I always let my dad know what I was spending his money on.
Right, and it was in his wallet. That was where the credit card went.
Depending on the time, yeah.
Right,
If
so-
I didn't have it, he had it, and it would have been in his wallet.
Right. So what I'm saying is if this is your dad's wallet, wherever it was in the house, which you seem to act like you knew where it was. It was always in one of two places, is what you would say, right? In the car, or on the dresser.
No, I never said it was in the car. I never once found my dad's. I never had to go get my dad's wallet out of his car. It was always on the dresser in the master bedroom.
It would never be downstairs with him.
I mean, it could have been at one. If he was down in the office working,
Right.
I mean, yeah, it'll be in his pocket, if he had it. But if it was not on his person, 99% of the time it was laying on the dresser in the master bedroom.
So if this is the wallet, this is the credit card, you literally would have, for every single purchase, you would go to your dad, get it out of his wallet, take it, use it, and then he would almost always be texting you asking for it back.
No, that's not what happened.
Well, why do these text messages read that way, Scott?
Because you're not showing the other ones that came along with them.
Like what?
I mean,
we're gonna put all this in evidence for the jury to see. We're just picking out him asking you for that credit card over and over and over.
yeah, like I said, if I had it and he needed it for something, he would text me bring me the credit card. And, we were just exchanging it back and forth.
I'm going to show you Scott 90. Read this message that's on the top of the screen. Oh, sorry. Can you see it now? You tell me when.
If it keeps getting fuzzy whenever it moves. So okay. She went to Alabama, put money in the account so I could get stuff to make dinner. What do you want for dinner?
Right. And you and your dad, that would be the vast majority of the conversations that I've seen that you and your dad would have is you would talk about dinner and that credit card. Wouldn't you agree with that? Y'all didn't talk about the Crimson Tide, which obviously you like the Tide.
No, we always talk about football in person.
In person?
Yeah.
But in text, this is your conversations. Dinner, credit card.
Yeah, we were short and sweet. I mean, that's how we would communicate a lot of times. Send a text to each other.
All right, so the next message going down sometime around in May of 2018. I think this one, you're 2667, to your dad. Read it to me.
Put more money in the account so I could go get something to fix dinner. Any recommendations on what you want?
Right. So explain to me. So you got to help me understand how this account is working. You keep asking to put money in the account. Was there a separate account that you would use essentially for the barn and for yourself from your dad's other primary account?
So my dad, once things started getting really bad, things started occurring a lot more, Melody disappearing to Tennessee, she was spending a lot of money and all. So my dad set it up. I really don't know if he opened a different account or what he did, but he gave me a card and he's like, look, this is account. I'm only going to put so much money into it. And if you need more, just let me know and I'll put more money. Because there was a time, you haven't shown the text message, that he was asking me, I do remember that, I had to explain that she kept taking the credit card from me and going buying stuff. So he didn't want her spending the money like she was. So he kind of managed to, get that other account. He gave me the card. And so if I need to go get fertilizer or anything like that, or get stuff to make dinner, I just send them a text, say, hey, put money in the account, and I'll go do this. And like, you're not showing the other text messages that went along with it. Like the last one, it would have said hamburgers or something like that.
And everybody knows I'm pretty slow, but if we sat here and went through every text message between you and your dad for 5 or 6 years, we'd be here for a really long time. So we're trying to move this along as quickly as we can, but I'm going to give the jury every bit of those text messages. Here's what I need to know right now. He says to you in this text message, again, bring me my credit card now. Is that what it says?
Yeah, it says bring down my card now.
All right, but that's a very affirmative, firm statement now. It's not, please could you bring me my credit card? When you get a chance, could you bring me the credit card? I know you're busy, son. It doesn't say that. It says, bring me my credit card now. Every one of these are now, or put it back in my wallet. I haven't heard the word please. Did your dad use the word please a lot with you?
In person, yeah, but not in text message.
But not in text message.
Yeah.
So again, this is just your word with no proof of that. But when we actually look at the way that he would communicate with you about the money, it clearly shows that he's telling you what to do and when to do it. Yes?
No, I know exactly when he would send a text like that. He'd be pulling up, he had to get to work. So he's like, I need it now, I gotta go.
That's your explanation?
That text message like that, that's what comes to my memory of, when he would send a text like that. He'll be in his Mercedes down below the barn, I'll be upstairs, and he'd say, bring me my credit card now. And so I would, leave my apartment, walk down, and hand him the credit card.
Well, I'm going to come down here. It's still in what looks like May of 2018. This is your dad to you, and I guess it's right around Mother's Day of 2018. Can you read that to me, please?
Since you have my credit card again, you need to order some flowers for me. Mama's birthday is today.
Okay. So that was for his mother?
Yes.
Okay. But since you have my credit card again, you wouldn't tell him sometimes you'd go get it?
No, he knew when I would get it.
Okay. But sometimes he wouldn't, right?
No, I always pretty much, he knew when he would have it. He would
would
have it or I would get it.
Right. He knew that when you would have it because he controls when you would have it, yes?
He didn't control it. It was just communication. He knew what I let him know, hey, I'm going to be grabbing a credit card, and, that's just him way saying, since I had it, order some flowers.
Sorry, finish. You got anything else on that?
No, it's just saying.
All right. May the 8th, could you read that text message from your dad to you?
Sorry, the top one, bring me the credit card.
Bring me the credit card. Next one down, 428. What's that one about?
Where's the truck?
And that's your dad to you.
Yep.
Right. All right. So these text messages, again, everybody's relationship with their parents is always very different, but y'all seems to be very businesslike and cold. Wouldn't you agree?
Cold? No, I
at
wouldn't
least
say
in
cold.
messages.
No.
You disagree with that?
Yeah, we were always short on text messages. I still catch crap about, from friends of my fiance. They ask me a question and I'll be like, okay.
But
okay.
you don't remember the way that you would communicate with your mother back during this time?
Yeah, I remember.
Well, tell me about it. What do you remember?
There's a lot of different stuff that they're communicating on. You have to be more specific on, what you're kind of referring to.
Okay, I will. These are just messages for you. I'm tendering Scott's 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, and so far also 91, Scott 91, Scott 90, Scott 88.
No objection.
Did you get that first one? I think I did. Right. So you would talk a lot more to your mother. So it actually you don't really talk to your dad much on these cell phones. I got to zoom this one in. This was supposed to have been Adrian's job, but I've taken it. I've got it, Adrian. All right. So
Zoom in.
any more?
If you follow the guide I gave you on the Elmo with the top half a document tape and bottom half a document tape.
I'm bad with instructions,
Well,
Judge.
look at the thing.
Top half doc. I'm on top half. I'm good. I've got it. Can everyone see it? Scott, can you see it?
It's a little fuzzy, right? But yes, I can make it out.
Why don't you bring your assistant up?
Adrian, can you come help? Thank you.
Since I gave her directions during the break, and she'll probably follow my
She
directions
does.
better
She's
than
the
you.
best, Judge. She's the best. All right. So these are messages that appear to be between your mother and you. Y'all are also talking about the credit cards, right? Can you see that?
It appears so, yeah.
All right. So can you read it?
The top one, need credit card.
Okay. About to head out. Why?
Yeah, and then leave me the credit card.
All right. Keep going, Adrian, if you could.
Looks like he's staying home. Great. I'm going to sit out here for about another hour. Let's go to Hobby Lobby so we can get bows for the wreaths for the barn. They are rough. Oh, sorry, that's real fuzzy over there. No, they're in rough shape. How to focus in.
Yeah, it's like focusing and then going out.
How about now?
Okay, they didn't have any the other day. May have gotten more. He went to work.
This is in 2017, around November 2017. Yes?
Yes, the dates on them, yes.
Okay. This is between you and your mom.
Yeah.
And keep reading, please. And say who it's from. So just like Scott Farris.
I mean, it's not really showing me who's sending it and who's receiving it. I don't see that.
How
I
about-
see my name and my number, but I don't see hers.
Do you see that right there?
Yes,
Is
I
that
see
your name?
that, but I
that's
don't-
you, right? That's your phone number?
Yes, that's my
Okay.
phone number.
So that means it's coming from you to your mother.
Okay, I'm going off your words that that's what's
Well, we got
going
this from the
on.
district attorney's office, so this is off of y'all's phones.
Okay. I
Okay,
just
go.
know out from the other text messages that showed, 2 phones and back and forth. So I'm just going off of what you're saying, and so yeah, he went to work and we're somewhere because he just left. Want to go to Hobby Lobby with me? They are closed on Sundays.
That's from your mom. All right, so right there,
Okay.
you mentioned he went to work or somewhere because he just left. Would you and your mom talk a lot about where your dad was?
I mean, if she would ask what he was doing, or I would ask her what he was doing if he was home, or if a lot of times if she was gone up in Tennessee, she would ask where my dad was. So text messages like that. I mean, from reading those are different times, different parts of conversations.
Okay, so moving forward to December of 2017. Okay, can you see that, Scott?
Yes, I can make it
All right,
out.
so that'd be, it looks like December 28th, 2017. Could you read it?
Did you feed him? Because I haven't heard from him.
Melody says nope. Then you ask.
Is he home?
And she says,
Just came in.
all right. Back around Christmas. Go ahead, read it.
Did he go up there?
She says no idea. Then I believe other text message from one. Actually, that was January 25th. I can see it a little better over here in 2018. January 28th. Did he ever come home? That's you, Scott. Melody says yes. All right, that text message is right there.
So top one, my buddy's about to pick me up, and we're going to be shooting and I can't make competition today.
Okay. You going to be home for dinner? Yes, shooting last rounds now. Do you remember that conversation at all? Well, you remember a lot. You remember a lot of context. You've talked to this jury about a lot of context and a lot of the things that you and your father, you can remember all these things. But when we start talking about these conversations that you have with your mother, it seems like you can't remember any of them. That's what I'm saying.
Objection form is not a question. He's testifying.
Why can't you remember these conversations?
Because there's all these right here. They're different. Sections of the conversation. I don't have the full.
Well, I've got a theory. I have a theory. So I'm not good at math, but I had somebody in my office do some math. Would you disagree that in the 6 months from January the 1st to June the 1st of 2018 that you called your mother 134 times and that she called you 235 times on the phone? That sound about right?
I wouldn't argue it.
Okay. And in that same period of time that you called your dad 14 times.
Yeah.
And he called you 16 times.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So, to me, tell me if you disagree. I'm going to put this in the phrase of a question. Tell me if you disagree. It seems that at that time period, around the time of your father's passing, you were far closer to your mother than to your father.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Then explain.
I mean, you're asking why there was more communication between her and I because my dad was at work. I didn't call my dad up all day long every day and disturb him at work. It was, she was there at the farm too, and we were the ones. My dad did projects on the weekend, but we were the ones doing stuff around the farm, throughout the week. So yeah, there was a lot more communication between her and I, and versus my dad and I. He was a busy man. He's a lawyer just like you, and he's got to work.
Now it sounds like he was a much better lawyer than me, but I want to keep going on these conversations with your mother. Again, moving forward to February of 2018, similar types of conversations that you guys keep having, wanting to know where Gary is all the time. Why? Read it. Just read it, please, for the record.
Is he going to work today? Is he gone? Why?
He says he's gone. Why?
He's gone. Why?
That's your mother asking you why. Why? And you say,
didn't know if he was or wasn't for President's Day.
Okay.
And let me guess, he is staying home.
And your mother said,
don't know, I'm at Walmart.
All right. So it seems, and tell me again if you disagree with this, but it seems that you and your mother were constantly communicating with each other about where your father was. Yes?
I mean, yeah, we're trying to figure out what, he was doing.
Right? Because I think you've made the statement that when he was on the farm, I mean, you've said this, that he would break things and he would mess things up.
He would start projects and, not finish them, and I would have to end up finishing them, and, I mean, like I've always said about my dad, he was incredibly book smart, but he didn't have as much common sense.
He didn't have as good common sense as you and Melody.
Yeah, I mean, it's either you're going to be really great at book smarts, or
you can't have both.
You can have both, but in my dad's case, I don't even know if he knew how to turn on the dishwasher. I mean, but he can give you every history of World War II.
Okay.
He was just that type of person.
But it appears from the messages and from the finances about he controlled his pocketbook with you. And you said what you've said about your mother, but he also controlled it with you with an iron fist.
No, he didn't.
You just you'll never agree. Despite the words on the page, his control, you had no free association, no free power over your own money.
What are you meaning by free power over my own money?
Exactly what I mean. You had no ability without asking or going and literally taking the credit card from your father's wallet. You had no access to funds without first asking permission or going and getting it. And then when you did go get it, it was clear within the text.
Objection in proper form. Testify, not question.
He's got a question at the end. We'll get there. Go ahead.
When you did go get it, he would immediately ask for it back, yes?
Not immediately, no.
He kept tabs on his money.
Well, yeah, because, a lot of his money was being spent elsewhere. Not by me.
Not because he didn't trust you.
No, he trusted me. That's why he gave me a credit card, and, and when he set up the other account, it was so he could keep more control of keeping her from spending all the money up in Tennessee.
And that's your testimony.
That's why I know for a fact why my dad set up the account and he only put so much money in there, was so he's able to keep more control of his money. It's not for the fact that he was being restricted on me. Because you can see in all the text messages when I asked him to put more money in, he did it. He didn't argue with me. He did it. And it's just respect out of my dad. I'm not going to sit there and go and blow all his money. I'll let him know what was going on. Yes, there was times that, he would see bank statements of Melody spending money and stuff like that. And he would, get, pissed off and then send me a text saying, stop spending, so much money. But it wasn't referring as to me doing it. It was, he was frustrated that his money was being spent up in Tennessee.
I want to talk real quick before I ask you about these text messages on the screen right here. I do want, you keep referring to the money, though, as his money. You're aware that when people are married, that money is an equal amount your mother's money as his money. It's their money, right?
Yes.
Right. You refer to it as his, but it's theirs. It's marital property.
Yes.
Yes?
Legally, yes.
Absolutely. And in reality, because that is what the bonds of marriage mean. Okay?
Yes.
Yes. All right. So your mother would show frustration as well and say, never mind, I won't go because all we do is work. That's you. all right, in uppercase. What are you talking about right there? Do you remember?
That, it doesn't ring a bell, but that could have been, me wanting to either could have been going to hang out with friends or go play golf or something like that. But, that was just me saying, never mind, I won't go do it and I'll do the work.
Okay. And then she says to you, don't like it, get a job and move out. Right?
Yes.
Did she say that a lot to you?
Yes, she did.
Because she thought you were a mooch.
I guess in her eyes, yeah.
Right? And because you were a mooch.
No, I wasn't.
And your father saw you as the exact same way, and he kept a very tight rein over you and your mooching off of him.
No, that was never the case.
Well, also your mother would say this: my patience with you is gone. I promise you things are going to change. I'm not continuing to live like this. Your life is not going to continue like this. What does that mean? That was in May of 2018.
So you wanted my opinion on why she would say something
I
like
asked
that?
you, and I'm going to tell you what I think, but I'm asking you.
In my opinion on that, because at that time, she was disappearing to Tennessee to be with, lo and behold, came out to be Rusty.
Can you tell me how that has anything to do with the fact that you were taking money from the family and you were not working? You wouldn't do any work. You would go golf. How many times a week would you go golfing?
It varied. I could play golf one time a week or 2 times a week, but we always played twilight. Do you play golf?
I play golf.
So
when I can,
you know what twilight is.
But any law,
it's the end of the day golf.
You asked me a question. I'm going to answer the question.
I was just asking if you knew what if you play golf.
I wish I could play as much golf as you did, because I only get to play 3 to 4 times a year, and I'm terrible at it. But you play golf how many times a year?
I couldn't give you an exact number on that.
More than 3 or 4 times a year, right?
Yeah, at that time, yes.
Okay, but you call it twilight golf. It's a little bit cheaper, right? How much around?
It was like, at the time, $20-something. It was like 22, 23, somewhere in there, between $20 and $30 to play a full 18-hole of golf.
Right, and you get a 6-pack of beer too.
Yeah, not a lot of times we drank. And
Cart girl come around, give you a drink.
they didn't have a cart girl during the weekday at twilight, so no.
But you go on the weekend too, right?
Nah, very, very rarely did we go because it costs so much more to go play golf on the weekend.
And holidays, right?
Yes.
Because certainly on July the 4th of 2018, you were out playing golf.
Yeah, we try to make it a tradition between us to play 4th of July golf.
Going to the lake.
Yeah.
All right, you had a lot of buddies over all the time. Y'all had some grilling out. Y'all did some grilling. They testified to that.
Yeah.
Shooting on the property.
Yeah.
Right? What I'm getting at, and this might be getting close to the 12:30 time that I believe the judge said we would be having a lunch. I'm just waiting for my stopping point.
I'm waiting for a message from the administrator. But if you get to places,
I'm getting close. That's why. Okay. But what I'm getting at is that you, instead of doing your required job at that farm, you'd be gone a lot of times. And you wanted to know where your father was, texting your mother all the time. Where's Dad? Where's he at? What's he doing? So that you could sneak
I'm
up.
not going to object to the form. He's testifying. He's not asking a question. It's not a compound question. It's pure up, and Mr. Weaver likes to do it. He's testifying.
Try to rephrase, Mr. Weaver.
I'll try to rephrase. You wanted to know where your daddy was so that you could go play golf and just not do what he wanted you to do. Yes?
No.
You felt essentially, and you were treated essentially by your father, you were a 35-year-old man in 2018. but you were treated like a teenager. Yes?
No,
Why not?
he didn't treat me like a teenager. He treated me like an adult, but, you know, I work for him. I work there to maintain it. I mean, pull up all the other text messages about us talking about projects and measuring out stuff, and him asking my opinion on stuff that needed to be done around the farm and equipment being bought and stuff like that. Those text messages are in there too. I mean, I honestly do not feel like he treated me like a teenager. No.
You would agree with me that this lifestyle that you were leading in 2018 wasn't going to be feasible for much longer. Yes? You would agree with that?
What do you mean by feasible?
This way of getting money from your father and living on the farm without having an actual job off of the farm, that wasn't going to be feasible for much longer, was it?
No, eventually at the point I was going to get to where I was going to go and pursue a job in law enforcement, and, you know, they would have to take care of the property themselves.
Right, because you told Melody, your mother, on the 5th, I believe, or the 4th. I think you said it was on the 4th. If this conversation happened, that you said, I'm going to be getting a job soon, and y'all are going to have to figure out how to run this place. That's what you said. You said it to the jury yesterday.
Yeah, I said it to her. She was laying in bed with the dogs. I definitely 100% remembered that conversation.
So in your own words, you would agree with me that your lifestyle was coming to an end at that barn, yes?
Things were going to be changing, yes. I was going to be pursuing a career in law enforcement, and I would not be able to be there all the time to take care of the farm.
That will probably be a good breaking point, Judge.
All right, we'll break. Let's be here shortly. All right, go step out.
All right, we'll start back about an hour. So 1:35.
hold on bringing up the failed polygraph test by Scott. I am going to have to talk about the interview. He cut the interview off short after he was confronted with a number of things, and there's some things that I'll need to talk about within the interview, but I understand that I cannot say, Scott, you took a polygraph test, and you failed a polygraph test.
Judge,
Just go ahead.
my objection is, we all know that polygraphs are non-admissible in evidence unless they stipulate to it. So he can't, and even the probative value is substantially outweighed by prejudicial effect. If it even cracks the window that he is taking a polygraph, they're going to want to know what the results were, what was going on.
He can say, you were interviewed, and you told so-and-so, such and such at your interview.
I can talk to, and I'm going to bring up the person who did the interview, which is Pam Rushton with the GBI, and you concluded after 3 hours and 45 minutes, you cut that interview off. That's essentially the core of what I'm going to get into. But I'm not going to talk
So
about.
what's the relevance of cutting the interview off? Well, how is that relevant? Object relevancy.
And then I'm going to talk about also some of the things in the interview as well.
But what's the relevance of him in the interview? He can do that.
Right. So
When he was confronted with the fact that he killed his father.
Yeah, by someone who's being extremely rude and aggressive towards him.
okay.
So it's not relevant. It's not relevant on whether or not he's committed a crime or not committed a crime. He is just trying to get into, backdoor this polygraph testimony. And there's a reason why the courts say that scientifically it's not trustable.
I'm not going to talk about the results of the polygraph. I'm not going to say the word polygraph.
And how is he going to answer about what was going on? Because his answer is going to be the way she was treating me and how she was doing that was why I ended it and what was in that context. And that's the prejudicial effect, because there's really no way to unring that bell. And it's not relevant because it's not stipulated to. And what's going to do is going to open up the door to something.
Yeah, we're not talking about the results. He still made the statements.
Right, but
So
what
we're talking
relevance?
about his statements that he made to someone on interview, whether it was let's presume, say it was, he's being interviewed by the police, and Mr. Weaver's trying to get in either.
And we have created transcripts of that interview.
Again, it has to be probative under 401 and 402. It's not probative to whether or not he decides to voluntarily go and do an interview and voluntarily end an interview. It's not relevant. They are just trying to get into something to say, to lead to that polygraph. He's hoping, and we're going to have to go take a break, go meet with Scott and say, if you get asked this question, you cannot talk about these things. And if he does, it's just like if a defendant takes a stand or says something and slips into something about his character.
They all know everybody was interviewed by the police and the sheriff's office and everybody. Everybody was interviewed multiple times, so that's not an issue.
No, but the issue is he's walking up, and Mr. Weaver is a very good attorney. He's walking up to that polygraph. That's what he's trying to do.
He's not going to say the word polygraph.
Well, then why is he asking if he just ended an interview that's not coming in? It's not relevant.
Well,
The court previously told us to talk about this before I get into it in court.
what questions do you want to inquire about? What do you want to ask him?
I'm going to ask, there are a number of questions that Pamela Rushton asked him regarding questions he did or did not ask his mother in the year following the alleged murder by Melody.
Are you trying to contradict something else that he has testified to?
But I might have to, is what I'm saying,
No,
Judge.
what would be the point of the testimony? What are you trying to elicit?
I'm trying to elicit. I'm going to ask these questions, even though Pamela Rushton asked these questions. But he was interviewed, and he was a suspect. The district attorney's office had made him a suspect as of 2019.
Well, you can ask him. Did you do X? Did you do Y? Did you do Z? Did you tell Pamela Rushton that
Yes.
you did X? Did you do that? You did Y? That you did Z?
And we've got a transcript of that.
Okay.
So
And the problem is trying to come back and answer that and say why he stopped the interview. He stopped the interview because of the way he was being treated.
Well, that's
the GBI's job.
the GBI's technique, and that's every other cop's technique in every other case I've ever heard here. So what's the issue with that?
The issue is, Judge, that's not in the context of a polygraph. That's the issue.
We're not going to use the word polygraph, period.
Well, then I would ask that we know the exact question he's going to ask, and we have to instruct our witness not to go down that. And it's not going to be a situation where it's like with the character with
We
the
are going
defendant.
to say he was being interviewed by Miss Whatever at the GBI. Period.
Just
That's
I-
all. That's the only reference to it we're going to make.
I know the trials are not that
It-
simple, Your Honor, where they come out and Mr. Weaver's going to walk that up, and if we can't tell our witness,
I'm
you
going to
can't-
tell the witness that he's not to mention it. I'm going to tell the witness exactly what I just said we're going to talk about, and that he was interviewed by Miss Rushton at the GBI. And that's.
And if he needs time to talk and prepare
Yeah,
his witness,
absolutely. I need time. I can't just come in here and start doing it like this. We told him not to mention it, and now we're completely changing it.
No. What we said from the beginning, and what I said from the beginning when we talked about it, was we would not refer to it being a polygraph. If the interview, if the same questions, if you want to ask the same questions that he was asked by the person who conducted the interview, you can ask those questions. And if those responses are different, and there's a reason to get the interview statements in, you can ask them, didn't you tell Miss So-and-so at the GBI when you were interviewed this X, Y, or Z? So again, I'm not sure what the issue is.
So, Judge, Frank has made a really good point. The defense counsel is trying to say that he was a suspect by the district attorney's office, not in the sense of he's a suspect as in the one that committed murder or something along those lines. So I don't think it's proper for the defense just to get up and say, you're a suspect, and just leave it hanging at that. I don't think he can go into the district attorney's office did this or district attorney's office did that. First of all, that prosecutor's not prosecuting this case. And second of all, that's not a situation where he can just say, you're a suspect, because that polygraph dealt with very specific questions. Not only questions about, did you kill your father, what do you know about it? And so the answers, and we know what those answers are to that, and it's not just as simple as say, you're a suspect, or you're a suspect or the one that did the murder. And I don't believe that's the position of the DA's office at the time, that he was the one that committed the murder. And so if Mr. Weaver's presenting to the court, proffering to the court that our position was that he was the murderer, I do not believe that's ever been the position of the DA's office, not the position of these prosecutors.
I don't know. Y'all are going way far off of.
that's not what I'm getting into. At the end of the day, the jury does get to see the fact that he was under investigation. He was interviewed several times. They can glean from that as they wish. I will not be talking about a polygraph test. The court simply asked at previous hearings that I bring up before I get into it the issue. And I brought it up. And that's all I'm doing, Judge.
And I would ask the court to have defense counsel proffer what his exact questions on. Clearly, he's got
Mr.
time.
Focus, I
Judge,
don't know
I'd
the
like
next
to be able
question.
to.
Yes, sir.
If I can do, thank you, Mr. Weaver. I would like the court to have the defense proffer the exact questions, because he is tendentious in what he's doing right at the moment. He knows that he is trying to get to a certain spot with Scott Farris on these questions. I think it's only fair for the court to, under 104, to make him actually give a proffer what his questions can be. Because we can't, under 103, he can't even put prejudicial information to the jury in the form of a question. And Mr. Weaver is very good at his job, and he likes to load it up on the questioning and then do it.
Y'all have let the witnesses wander all over the place and talk about all kinds of things that I don't think are relevant to the case so far. So that's a whole, the fact that your witness is going to wander is because that's where what you've trained them to do. Not specifically by conduct, but by action. Not by telling them what to do on the front end, but by not controlling them at all while y'all been asking them questions. And no one objecting to anything, which is fine. If y'all want it to go and get out, I don't care. But
Judge, I think the remedy is that the court tells the witness not to talk about the polygraph, and I'm not going to talk about the polygraph. And that's all.
And we need time to go tell our witness what he can and can't say.
I will tell him here, what areas are you wanting to go into with him about that we need to talk about the interview at all?
That he was interviewed for over 4 hours, and in that interview, there were multiple times when he didn't ask questions of his mother. He was questioned upon him as to why he did not ask his mother Why wouldn't you look, instead of walking into a house, Scott Farris is the first person to say, where is the gun? No proof that any shooting had occurred was anywhere in the world, but why did he not ask, well, there's a fire, where are the accelerants? Well, my father is dead, are there any missing knives? He didn't ask his mother anything about what happened in over a year. And the questioning around that from Pamela Rushton is relevant to this case. That has nothing to do with the polygraph. That was after the polygraph results. The failed results were revealed to him.
Well, you can ask him whether you can ask him those questions directly, and only if he says something different would it be.
Right.
Pam Rushton doesn't have. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Sorry. And that's correct, Judge. I may not even say the word Pam Rushton, but if he contradicts anything he said in that interview, I should have the ability to go into that interview.
You can.
That's all I'm saying.
Yes.
Yeah, Judge, I agree that topic and those issues, you didn't ask these questions, you didn't do this, you didn't say this, you didn't inquire into this. He can ask all those questions. He doesn't have to then bootstrap it to a polygraph and talk about failed. He did pass on lots of those questions too. He doesn't want that in. Because he opens the door with that, there is an answer that he does not want in this trial of a polygraph.
Well, again, so you can ask all those questions, and only if he answers something different would the interview be relevant to those questions. If you want to ask him, was he interviewed for 4.5 hours by the GBI? I think that's fair. If you want to say, and didn't you abruptly end the interview?
That's
Sure.
fair.
And then y'all can argue about what that means and why or whatever. But again, I think.
I think
but
that's
we don't
fair.
need to go there. It's not rehashing, and the interview itself is not otherwise admissible.
And I do stipulate to the admissibility of that polygraph, by the way.
Well, they're not going to agree. So
Judge, I just need to recess to talk to our witness. This is
we will bring the witness in a second and give him some direction. If y'all need to talk to him specifically, but
we do, Judge.
all right,
100%.
Let's again. What else are you going to want to go into in this topic? Because there's no reason for you to talk about specific details of the interview that are hearsay until they're otherwise admissible. So what else about the interview are you going to want to ask him?
That's essentially it.
Okay, well then, all right.
And Judge, there may be a point.
If we have to object and take it up, I get it.
I know. And then if he opens the door to the other answers that we want in, then we're going to have to take this up again outside President's jury. Because there are answers we'd like in too.
We'll stipulate to the admissibility of the polygraph right now.
That's not how it works. We didn't stipulate to it.
I know, but I will. Judge, I understand my instructions.
All right.
Just need a recess. Judge.
Okay. So I'll talk to your witness, and then I'll give him some direction when he comes in. All right, Mr. Farris, you got some instructions from the ADAs in the case.
Shane's not here.
Okay, we probably ought to wait on him. We must have passed each other as I was stepping out. Some instructions by the DAs in the case about what we're going to call the interview. I think Mr. Weaver is going to ask you some questions about you being interviewed probably by various agencies, but specifically the GBI. We're only going to reference it as an interview, not as a polygraph, not as a whatever else y'all would characterize it at. It's just going to be called as a interview, and that it was conducted by Agent
Pamela Russian.
Okay, and that's all. You're not going to characterize it any other way. And if the state needs to make an objection as we go along, we will. Are you understand those instructions?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. Anything else?
That's all, Judge.
All right, let's bring them back in.
No, I'm just going to admit that when we get back.
And what we'll do is at the end of my case, our case in chief and your case in chief, we'll just read it.
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
All right, before we get started, we've been going since I told y'all to report back. So we've been in here for the last 30 minutes doing stuff. need to talk to y'all about, so we have to be very careful about where y'all, I know some of y'all wanted to wander apparently. And I gave certain parameters about where y'all need to be, and that's specifically because we have cameras out front. So I don't want y'all wandering. If there's an area y'all would like to go to, if y'all want to go walk through the cemetery behind the art center, that's fine, but I probably need to have someone go with you. So that's why I kind of designated the paver path where the benches and the sculpture thing is. So anyway, if y'all have other suggestions, write them out for me, and I'll talk to y'all about that after talking with security about it. But there's a camera crew out front, so I don't want y'all to really get too close to that, because then they'll say, oh, there's a large group of people being escorted by a deputy. I wonder who they are. Okay? All right, go ahead.
I remind you, you are still under oath.
Yes, sir.
One follow-up on the issue of the debit card. I'm showing you a message between your mother and your father, and it says, who has the debit card? Correct?
Yes.
Right. And is that from your dad to your mom?
It appears so, yes.
Okay. And then your mom responds back, Scott Y, correct?
Yes.
Right. And then your dad says, and this is on 5/22/2018, because he's spending a lot. And then your mother asks own, and then 2 fuel charges of $50 each plus other things. Do you remember that at all?
No, I don't remember it because it wasn't on my phone.
Okay. Did your dad, did he ever confront you verbally about that?
No, I do not ever remember a conversation of that.
All right. And, Your Honor, that was defense Scott 92. And also for a housekeeping matter, we're going to move to admit Scott 94, which was the 6 months of phone records that I referred to earlier.
All right, no attention. All right, very good.
I want to turn now, and Judge, would you mind switching back over to the computer? Thank you.
I do mind. I wish I had a way for you to do it down there. And every time you ask me to, I make you prefer to that, and then maybe someone will watch TV and fix.
Judge, I'm going to stay out of the way of you and the county commissioners.
That'd be wise.
So, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as Thrasher 229. And do you remember this picture, this location?
Yes, sir. I do.
All right. Tell me about this location.
This was down in the basement, kind of right out in front of the bar area, TV hanging up on the wall, just a lounging area.
Lounging area. And in fact, this is an area, there was a TV right there.
Yes, sir.
This is the area where you said you'd come eat your dinner.
I would eat dinner and sometimes lunch there.
Sometimes, but this was kind of like maybe a place you would hang out in the house, yes?
Yes, when I came over to eat, typically I would go down there to watch TV and eat dinner.
Why down there, and why not upstairs at the kitchen bar?
Because I like watching TV when I eat.
Okay. But your dad, he would sit at the kitchen bar and read books, correct?
Yes.
So where would your mom eat?
I really don't know. Probably in her bedroom, because a lot of times she wasn't there to eat. If any time I was over there to eat, it was me who fixed dinner for my dad or get us food, and he would eat at the the bar and read his book, and I'll go downstairs and eat and watch TV.
Well, speaking of eating, you guys, y'all go to Cherokee Ranch a lot.
Yes, sir.
And that's not there anymore, right?
No, it's not.
I remember it was up on 20, right? As you're
Yes.
heading out towards Cumming?
Yes.
Okay. And it was there for many years. It was a buffet style
Cafeteria style, yes.
cafeteria. Once upon a time, they had some pretty good crab legs there. Do you ever remember that?
Don't ever remember crab
Might have been
legs.
before you moved to Cherokee. But anyway, y'all, how often would you and your mother go to Cherokee Ranch?
Quite often. A lot.
Best guess, times a week.
Minimum 3-4 times a week.
Sometimes more.
Yeah.
And your dad, but he would go separately?
On the weekends, we would go and eat lunch there. When he was home, or if he stayed home from the office, we would go there. Almost every Friday, every Friday night, my dad and I would go there and have catfish.
Catfish on Friday nights.
Yes,
That
sir.
was you and Dad.
Yes.
But otherwise, the majority, you would go with your mother about 3 times a week.
Yes, for lunchtime, yes.
Lunch, not dinner?
No.
Right. Just always, just kind of regimented, you're going to lunch.
Yeah, because it was so close and it was always a different menu every day.
All right, so back to the house where you'd eat. You would eat right here on this couch.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, going to, and that the exhibit has already been admitted, I believe. I'm going to go to the state's exhibits. This is a conversation with you and your father about the direct TV guy coming, and that was in early June of 2018, yes?
Yes.
Right. And the appointment appeared to be scheduled, and I believe it was the 12th of June?
I believe it was.
It was
I think
the
I saw
6th.
it early
It
at
was
the 6th.
It was the 6th. So you say you were there, and that is when, going back to the Thrasher photo, you say you saw a firearm in this drawer right here.
Yes, sir.
Where the marker is?
Yes, sir. The
That
top
drawer.
drawer of that piece of furniture.
And the gun you saw was a, let me see if I'm, you tell me. Say it, tell me one more time. What kind of gun was it?
It appeared to me to be a 38 snub nose. It was
Okay.
in a leather holster.
So snub nose means
It
short.
wasn't a long barrel.
It wasn't a long barrel. And it was in a what kind of holster?
A leather holster. An old looking leather holster.
All right. And what did the handle of the gun look like?
That I do not remember.
All right. So did the gun look like this?
No, not like that. It was similar of the actual material of the gun, the nickel looking chrome, but it wasn't rusted like that is.
But- Okay. So it was a newer looking gun.
Yes.
And the handle, was it a dark handle like this?
I presume so, but I don't remember the color of the handle.
Okay. Did you pull it out of the case?
No, I did not.
Did you pick up the case at all?
No, I didn't pick up the gun entirely. I just kind of barely lifted up, and that was all. I never pulled it out because I had the guy in the room with me, and I didn't want to scare him.
Did the gun look like this gun?
No, because I'd say what is called a blue finish.
How about this gun?
It looked very similar to that right there.
That gun right there? Are you aware that your brother's ex-wife saw a gun in the basement, allegedly, as well, roughly around that time?
No, I did not.
All right. And are you aware that she identified a gun to this jury yesterday that looked like this in the basement?
Okay.
But not in the drawer where you said, in this drawer. Have you ever heard that before?
No.
Now, but you saw a snub-nosed gun.
Yes, I did.
Right. And you said you didn't pull it out of the holster, correct? That's what you just said.
Yes.
Right. So how can you tell that it was a snub-nosed gun if you did not pull it out of the holster?
Because it wasn't a type of holster that covered up the barrel tip, and you could see it was wrapped around the gun, but the bottom section of the gun you could see just a little bit. So it was a clear indication it wasn't a long barreled gun like the other picture you showed me. It would, to my knowledge, it was definitely a snub nose type looking one.
And you never pulled it out, which, I mean, you're trained with guns, obviously, from being in the military. So you know that you have to act like every firearm is loaded. So you just opened the drawer, picked it up. Did you check to see if the gun was loaded at all, making sure to not point it towards anybody or anything?
Like I said, I never picked it up. And no, I did not check to see if it was loaded because I never picked it up. I didn't want to pull it out of the drawer and scare the guy that was in the room with me.
Well, this is an interesting question. I want to ask you this. You just left a loaded gun possibly in a drawer where because there's kids there all the time, yes?
Periodically. I mean, no kids lived at the house. My nieces were not there every single day of the week because they lived in Maine.
Okay. What about any of the other kids, Cameron or anybody?
I don't know what to say on that. I mean, my entire life I've grown up, there are always guns around, but I was well educated on don't mess with them. So we never had gun cases when I was growing up. So it's just nothing out of the ordinary for me. As long as it wasn't laying out in the clear open, I mean, no, I didn't think to do anything like that.
And you didn't tell anybody about that gun? You didn't talk to your dad about it?
No, because I forgot. I completely kind of forgot about it.
You didn't talk to your mother about it?
No, because she wasn't in town.
Well, she was obviously in town at some point.
I remember at that time that might have been where she was gone at least a minimum of a week.
But see, your excuse for not talking to your mom, you acted like, and we've shown it, you call her, you texted her all the time, you went to lunch with her 3 times a week. So you act like you didn't talk to her, but the reality of the situation is you did. So you could have immediately picked up the phone, and maybe at some point after the Hobby Lobby message, like, hey, you want to go to Hobby Lobby? Why is there a gun in the basement? Why didn't you do that?
I mean, I saw the gun and didn't mess with it, so it was just brief, and I ended up finding a remote, and like I said, I did not want to pull the gun out and scare the guy, and my dad was at work and she was gone, and I just had trying to help the guy out with that, and I just forgot about it for several weeks. It's not, it's always just been a kind of common for our household to always have firearms in it. It didn't trigger me to be freaking out and asking a whole bunch of questions to everybody. We had several guns in the household.
Where were other guns in access in the main house?
They were scattered throughout. Some were in closets, some, For instance, in the picture, you can see one hanging above the sliding doors down in the basement.
Obviously, that one was not loaded.
No. I mean, and they were tucked under beds and in closets, so we just, we didn't have a gun safe.
Do you think that there were a number of guns taken into evidence in this house?
Possibly, if they took shotguns and...
Well, think if you've got them tucked in here and there. I mean, were there lots of guns pulled from this house?
I don't know how many guns were pulled from the house.
I want to talk about your dad's spells. Let's go back and talk about the spells. He would have them how often?
Well, like I said earlier, it varied. He could have one, maybe two a week, or he could go, he could have one and go, a month or two without having one. They were not on a set schedule.
Now, it's something of note that I think you've noted in a previous interview, because the three of you were always at Purcell Lane at some point, right? I mean, sure, your mom would go see Rusty from time to time. It was not a secret that she had a relationship, correct?
She tried to make it a secret, yes.
But everybody knew about it.
We all had our speculations, yes.
But everybody obviously knew about it. Your dad included.
Man, at some point I think we all found out that, we all knew, but we all, for a long period of time, we had our speculations.
Did your dad ever talk to you about any, email relationship he was attempting to have with a Joanne Ward Hill?
No.
Would that surprise you? That there's emails between her and him?
Yeah, it would surprise me.
Trying to have a relationship, maybe?
Yeah, because my dad, I've never known of my dad to do anything like that.
Because he didn't talk to you about it?
No, he didn't talk to me about it, so I didn't know anything about it.
But you would agree that, though maybe odd to most, that two people can remain married but have other partners. Yes? An open marriage. Have you heard of these things?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know anybody like that?
No.
Not saying to name anybody, but...
No, I did not.
Okay. But you've heard of them?
Yes, I've heard of it.
And your mother and your father essentially lived that way, correct? They had different lives.
Not in that way, no.
Different parts of the house.
They slept in different bedrooms because of his sleep habits, but and that was for the longest portion of my life. But they still used the same bathroom, and their closets were, right next to each other. So they just, slept in different beds because of his sleep habits.
You've been married before, and I believe you said you had a fiance, so you're about to be married again.
Yes, sir.
You would agree that marriage can be complex, very complicated.
Yes, sir.
Right? So, though you might not agree with the way that your parents lived, you could agree with me that two people could live that way and coexist and be perfectly fine.
Yes, but that was not how they were.
So back to the spells. He would have them. And there was some time around April that he went into the hospital. You remember that? April 2018.
Yeah, when we took him to the emergency room?
Yes.
Yes.
And now I want to say this. He would have spells, obviously, when your mother was out of town.
Yes, he would.
Okay. So how could your mother have been poisoning him with some form of poison if she was out of town and he was having these spells?
I never accused her of her trying to poison him.
Well,
my
I'm
dad,
not saying...
So that I don't, I can't say anything on that behalf, but with the spells, I know he went to the doctor for quite some time and them trying to figure out what was causing these spells.
But your brother Chris did. Accused your mother of poisoning him.
Okay, that's his opinion.
Okay. All right. let's move to the birthday weekend of your dad. That weekend, you guys came up. Who all was at the house?
Oh, my dad. The day that we actually celebrated, it probably would have been my dad, Emily, her husband, Amanda, her boyfriend, Chad. Don't remember if Ella and Addie were there. I don't think they were. Off the top of my head, that's all I, really mean. It was always us who did something like that for my dad's birthday. So,
And you grilled out?
yes, I smoked.
Smoked?
I smoked chicken for that.
All right. So tell me about you. How much did you smoke? Like what? Like you smoked chicken. There's a lot of parts of a chicken one could smoke.
I believe we bought a couple whole chickens, and I, cut them in half and arranged them in the smoker that way.
Okay. The reason I asked that, I smoke wings a lot, so that's why I was asking. You just did the whole chicken, cut it in half.
Yeah, cut it in half, cut it in sections, and
Do you have like an egg, or what kind of smoker were you using?
I just got a one of those electric smokers, like the big upright box. And you just open the little drawer at the bottom, put wood chips in.
So one of the high smokers.
Yes.
Okay. So you did that, and your mom, she cooked the sides.
I believe so. Yes.
And what about the cake?
I honestly don't remember if there's cake or not, but she might have baked one or went and bought one. If there was cake, I don't remember a cake.
All right. That weekend, was it a good weekend?
Oh yeah, man.
Nobody got into any arguments?
Not that I remember.
Everything was normal.
Yeah.
Okay. Good family weekend.
Yeah.
Because y'all had a lot of good times up there. I mean, you've said a lot of things about your mother, and you call her Melody now, but she is your mom. But y'all had a lot of great Christmases up there too, didn't you?
Oh yes, man.
Tell me about the Christmas spread that would go on.
Spread as in like in food?
Food and decorations and just the general scene, because from what I've heard, it was amazing.
Like I said, every Christmas was great. When we, even at the old house in Hampton Hall, she always did the interior decorations. She, without a doubt, does an amazing job at, decorating Christmas trees and everything like that. I was the one who did the outside of the house, put lights on the bushes and, the wreaths on the windows and stuff like that. And then when we moved to the farm, she decorated inside of the house. We didn't decorate the outside of the house, but I decorated the horse barn.
Decorated the what now?
The barn.
Okay, what'd you do for that?
Put lights on the bushes, put icicle lights along the roof line, hang the wreaths. It was actually very pretty. All the neighbors loved it.
Would like neighbors come drive through? I mean, I know it was your driveway, but did you let them drive through and look at it?
Well, they were able to see it from the road.
From the road?
Yeah, so.
Out on Purcell. Not all the way up on Birmingham, certainly, but just down on
No,
Purcell?
just on Purcell.
Okay. Sounds great. Sounds amazing. And your mother had like trees all over the house, from what I heard. Is that true?
Yeah, we had more than one tree.
Okay. So what I'm getting at, and the jury has seen countless pictures of this house, and it is ornately decorated, and it is beautiful, and that wouldn't make any sense. See, you've made it out that your dad was this. It appears he was certainly controlling your money and your spending, but your mother has furnished this house with the most beautiful things, and you are aware that she had access to the bank account at any time she wanted with $11,000 in it on 7/3. Did you have that kind of bank access?
If the card I had was to that bank account, yes, I guess I would. But once again, I don't know how many bank accounts my dad had.
But because you weren't married, obviously they're a married couple, so she had financial access to the marital assets. When you would take out money, you didn't have the ability to say, so, oh, I have an available balance of $11,046.85. That didn't just come out when you did that. You didn't see how much they had in the bank.
No, I mean, anytime that I, went to the ATM to get cash, whatever he put into that bank account that I had the card access to, and I saw the total amount, I saw it, and it fluctuated. It was different limits and all.
But he had specifically set aside an account for you, or do you even know?
All I know is at one point he handed me a debit card and said, here, just use this card, and if I need to put more money into the account, I will do so. And that was everything that was told to me about that.
Okay. So, I want to show you some more text messages between you and your mother. We need to switch back over, Judge. I'm sorry. I know, button. A text message between you and your mother on 7/2/2018. So I believe that would have been, and if I could, is the calendar still up there?
It is. It's fine.
You mind if I move your push pins?
Never, sir.
Don't want it to fall out. Okay. So, and there's a calendar right here if you need to see it. On Monday, this text is from Monday of that week, the 2nd. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Do you remember being bitten? You got it all there?
Oh, well, it's red.
Being bitten by a rat snake.
Yes, I did.
All right, tell me about that. Where were you? What were you doing that day?
Remember I found the snake. It was, I don't remember the exact location, but I want to say it was possibly around the chicken coop up by the barn or something. I don't remember exactly where I found that snake at,
But it got you. It sounds like the snake found you and you didn't find the snake.
oh yeah, I picked the snake up, and I knew it wasn't a poisonous snake, so I wasn't grabbing. I picked it up.
Okay. And your mom says, what kind is it? And you said, a rat snake. I already relocated him, but, it doesn't say but. You say, he got me while trying to get him out. Right? And then you sent a picture, and I've got a bigger version of it, of what appears to be. Nope.
Nope.
Out of transparency.
I want it to be.
So you got bit by a rat snake, and
Yes.
that's your hand, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And how many times did the snake bite you? Just once?
Yeah, it was just that one time.
Just that one time. Okay. Can you put that back? Your mother says, wash that good and come get iodine. Sound about right? Did you wash it good?
I'm sure I did.
And you go get iodine?
I don't remember going to get iodine.
You just don't remember.
I don't remember putting iodine on it, no. I'm pretty sure I would have washed it.
Okay. But you told your mother about it,
Yes.
and she said to go get iodine. Yes?
Yes.
And the iodine was in the house, yes?
Believe so. I didn't have any, and I don't ever remember using any.
Okay. It's been 6 years. Yes?
Yes.
And you haven't thought about being bitten by a rat snake in 6 years?
No, I have not.
But you had gotten iodine out of the house before, when you were cut.
I don't remember using iodine until the last time I had a serious cut, and that was a long time ago.
Your Honor, at this time I would admit Scott 87 and Scott 86, which is the text message regarding the rat snake bite and the picture of the rat snake bite.
All right, objection?
No objection.
All right, admitted.
So what did you do the rest of the day on the 2nd? Did you play any golf that day? Monday.
I might have. I don't really remember that day particularly, but there's possibly a good chance I played golf. I know I played golf prior to that weekend. That might have been the day I played at Manor Golf Course with my buddies. But I do know I played within a week period of time before that 4th of July weekend.
Do you remember what your mom was doing that day?
No, I do not.
All right. Let's move on to the 3rd. You remember what you did all day of the day of the 3rd, right?
Yes, sir.
What'd you do?
Got up, took care of the animals, and planted the bushes that we just recently bought at Scottsdale Farms behind the back side of the house. It was like some holly bushes. And then once that was done, it was about lunchtime, and then...
And that's you and your mom did that? Because y'all went to Scottsdale Farms, right?
Yeah, I planted the stuff, and I remember her being on the tractor going around picking up branches and stuff like that, throwing them into the bucket. So yeah, we planted those, and then we decided to go up to Cherokee Ranch to get lunch before I left to go up to the lake house.
What was your dad doing that morning?
I don't remember exactly what he was doing that morning, but he was already at Cherokee Ranch when we got there.
Okay. So he wasn't helping you guys move the, what kind of plant was it?
It was like some holly bushes.
Holly bushes?
Yeah.
Boxwoods or anything like that?
I don't think, no, those weren't boxwoods or some hollies.
Just hollies. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So your dad was already up there. Was that the first time you saw him that day, according to your testimony?
I believe that's right. I think that, as I remember, yes.
Okay. Do you remember seeing him any on the 2nd?
I might have. I don't recall.
How about this? So, I mean, the last time you saw that you've alleged that you saw your dad alive was at Cherokee Ranch. Do you remember the last time you saw your dad before that?
I remember he went with us to Scottsdale Farms to buy those bushes.
Oh, he did?
Yes, he was with us when we went there to buy those bushes.
All right. How about before that? Because you just said you didn't know what he did that morning. But y'all went the day before to Scottsdale Farms?
I believe we did. I'm not 100% sure on which day, but I know he went with us to buy the bushes.
Did you see him any before that?
I'm sure I have. It was the weekend.
Well, okay, that would have been his birthday. So you remember his birthday, maybe Scottsdale Farms, Cherokee Ranch. That was it.
To my memory for right now, yes.
So you left Cherokee Ranch. Where was your mother going that you knew of?
I have no clue.
Did you know anything about going to the dog groomers up in Ball Ground?
Don't recall that.
Don't recall. Did y'all talk at lunch where, everybody was going?
I don't remember the conversations that we had at that lunch that day.
So your dad was at lunch. Did he talk to you when he was leaving, or did he just get up and walk out?
He was still there when I left.
Okay. But did he talk to you?
I remember saying, "Hey, I'm going up to the lake house. I'll see you later."
That's what you said?
I said to him.
Okay. Did he say anything back to you?
He would have said, "Okay."
But you don't know. Did he say anything to the effect of, "Why are you going to the lake house?" we're doing work at the farm today. Why aren't you doing your job?
No, he never made that comment to me.
Okay. You went, where was that lake house? You referred to, I believe it's in Dawson County.
Yes, sir. It's, I can't give you the name of the road and all. I mean, I travel there so much. It's up where the outlets are, that section of the lake. You could get to it by, instead of turning left.
Is it near War Hill?
I believe so. I think the park was kind of
War Hill Park?
across the way of the cove and all that. Possibly might have been the name of that cove.
And that would be like where you would put the boat in, or was the lake house like right there?
They had their own dock, so we wouldn't put boats in the
Okay.
water. But their lake house was in a much slimmer cove. I would say if don't remember the name of the park, but there was definitely a park over there, and I would say that's about 200-300 yards away from their dock. So.
How many times have you been to their lake house?
Quite a bit.
What'd you do the rest of the day? I mean, you were there from what, about 2 till 10? According to your testimony?
Of the day of the 3rd?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I got there, had lunch, drove up there, and we went out on the lake and came back, and we were just hanging out.
How about this? So, how many beers did you have to drink that day?
I don't remember.
Don't remember?
I probably only had like maybe 1 or 2 beers.
All my DUI clients say that. That's all they ever had was 1 or 2 beers. Did you have any shots?
I don't remember having any.
Okay. But you've had shots up there before, right?
Oh, yeah.
Fireball?
Yeah, a couple times.
Typically what y'all do? You have the shots of Fireball?
Fireball, Jack Fire. I mean, it's just what we decided
Crown
to do.
Maple? Any of that?
I don't ever Crown. I know we done Crown Peach before and all, but
Okay. But y'all would have shots. That wasn't unusual.
yeah,
Okay. So it could have happened that day, obviously.
it could have, but
Hey.
I don't remember. Because it was July 3rd. We weren't really partying like we would
On the 4th.
on 4th.
It was a warm-up party.
Yeah, it was just all of us hanging out.
Okay. So, what'd y'all eat?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay. I find this really interesting, Scott. I just want to note this. You remember, you spent all morning in very thorough detail remembering things about how you were terminated from this job, or all these very long ago events. You go into so much detail about all that, but when we're talking about the day that your father was murdered, you don't remember very much at all. Would you agree that that's odd? I'll put it in a question.
No, I don't find it odd. I'm sorry if I don't remember what I ate that day. I remember the basics of the event. To me, at that time, there was nothing wrong.
So, how did you wind up leaving the lake house that night?
Melody called me. Had it been around 10 o'clock or so, and she asked me, "When are you going to be home?" And I said, "I don't know. Haven't really decided, but why? What's going on?" And she said, "Well, the horses are out." I said, what do you mean, how the horses get out? And she said, your father left the gate open. She was like, you need to come home and get the horses up. And I said, okay, well, I'll be on my way in just a few minutes.
How long did it take you to get home?
It's about a 35 to 45 minute drive, roughly. I wasn't driving right down the road.
So you would have left right about 10, you think?
Whenever she called me, I left, pretty shortly after that. So, like I said, I remember the phone call coming in. It was definitely dark. It could have been anywhere from like 10 to 11, somewhat. But it was around that time frame. I do remember it was dark.
I want to show you some pictures. You would have came home and went to your barn, right?
Yes.
Your barn apartment.
Yes.
Okay. I want to show you some pictures of your barn apartment as it was searched, I believe, on July the 5th. And I kind of want to get a general idea. And this first picture is very dark. But what is it a picture of?
It appears to be the bedroom.
That's your bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to Scott's 2. Still your bedroom?
Yes.
Scott's 3. Tell me what this is.
Again.
We're not scanning it. All right. What is that?
It's a dog kennel, dog crate.
Okay. Let's try turning off the light. Just maybe.
A little bit better.
See, now the color is... There we go. That's much better. Okay, so this is your dog kennel. Next to your bed?
Yeah, it was one of them.
Okay. How many dogs did you have?
For to use a kennel like that, 2.
What kind of dogs were they?
They're English Labs.
Okay. Were they on the property during this time period?
Yes, sir.
And this is another part of your room. So this would have been looking back towards the door or just straight away from the bed?
Straight away from the bed.
All right. And this is a dresser drawer, but did you have other things within the drawer?
Yeah, I had clothes and just kind of all mixed match and stuff in like one drawer. So yeah, there's random stuff in there.
I've got one other picture that kind of gives a better idea about the location of the dresser drawer. So that's your door right here. I mean, none of these pictures are very light, but a lot of that's because it's very dark in your...
Yes, it was a dark one.
It's a dark place. None of the walls are painted. It's stained. It's kind of like a hunting cabin, yes?
Yeah, it was all live edge wood paneling doors, walls and doors.
And you had some deer on the wall, and you had cowboy hats, yes?
Yes.
And this is your closet. And I'm not trying to pick on you or anything. I mean, I am. You're on cross-examination in a murder trial. But your room's kind of dirty, right?
It's not, I wouldn't say, it's nowhere looking like how my parents' house was.
But I mean, it's kind of dirty. There was dog feces in the floor in that picture. You saw that, yes? I could put it back.
Oh yes, man. I have a little teacup chihuahua, and I was not there to be able, to clean up because we weren't allowed to be around.
There's your closet, and you go back. And you still have your military uniform, yes? Was that just more of a keepsake, or did you still wear that?
If that appears to be, my field jacket, and I occasionally wear that time to time.
Okay. Still wear it today?
Every blue moon, yeah. It depends on how cold it gets outside.
Okay. Another picture of your closet. There's the top part of the closet. Just kind of packed. It's just not very clean in your room, is all I'm trying to get at. I'm not trying to pick on your overall cleanliness, but I am a little. And this is your nightstand, or what is that? Just a table?
There's a table with some fabric draped over it.
Just put these over there, please. This is on top of your dresser. Yes?
Yes.
And that's that laptop right there. What, would you use that laptop?
At that time, no. I was mainly using that when I was in the military.
So you had it for a long time.
So my dad bought it for me in 2008 for Christmas because, back then, I knew I was deploying, so I knew I'd be able to communicate with them and do, at the time, it was Skype calls and stuff like that. So he bought me the laptop for Christmas to be able to do that.
Okay. So, had that laptop been searched, when was the last time you would have used that laptop?
I do not remember.
Would you have potentially used it that week?
No, I highly doubt it. I really don't remember the last time.
Okay. What computer device were you using the most at the time?
My cell phone.
That's what you would search things on?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, is that the passwords for your laptop? Did you give that to the police? I know.
It's going to need the light.
We'll have the light on for this one. All right, how about that? Was that the password for that?
Possibly. I really don't remember the password for that computer. It's been that long since I've used it.
Okay. Where did that come from? Farris 813836.
I honestly do not remember.
Okay. That is a sufficient answer. Put that over there. All right. This is your washroom, yes?
Yeah, bathroom / laundry room.
All right. So that's also in your bathroom.
Yes.
That's your bathroom sink, yes?
Yes.
Okay. You're my expert on that. I'm going to have you do that. There we go. That works better. All right, that's your bathroom sink. Here's your shower. I'm going to try to move as quickly as I can. That's your shower, yes?
Yes.
And what is that?
Looks like to be a sponge or some sort.
Okay. And this is the bottom of your shower, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And the jury, everybody's sitting here wondering, and I've got all these pictures of your shower. But here's what I've noticed, and I want you to tell me if I'm wrong. And I've got pictures, and we're going to just kind of quickly go through a few pictures of your kitchen and the general rest of your apartment. Please just put those over there. But your apartment's kind of a bachelor pad. It's kind of a mess. Yes?
Man, it wasn't picture perfect, but yeah, I wasn't bringing, ladies up there, so I wasn't worried about having it spotless.
But your shower was. Isn't that odd?
No, always clean my bathroom.
But your shower was spotless. I mean, compared to you've got feces in the floor and other parts of the house, and you're just very disheveled.
Well,
But your bathroom is very clean. Why is that?
Well, the dog droppings is because I wasn't able to go in and take care of my dog. So, yeah, she was up in the apartment locked up. So I wasn't able to clean up the dog stool.
Is that the door to your, kind of from the outside porch into your apartment?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. And here's just the last picture. Here's the general, the island. Is this the island in your kitchen?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So, not super clean, kind of just a general bachelor pad. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
And so, just for the purposes of the record, all of these pictures for publishing to the jury, I think that gets us to Scott 66. So that would be, what was the first number there, Adrian, on the pictures? No?
Picture was 3.
Scott 3 through Scott 66. No, yeah. And you can, Adrian, you can go. I'll show you, Scott, some pictures that had been previously marked in this case. We looked at your bedroom, and you had a drawer. I believe it was a dresser drawer. Would this have been your dresser drawer?
It appears so, yes.
Okay, so you got a card from the sheriff's office, a Sergeant Ballard. What is that about? Why did you have a card in there when your room was being searched?
I believe that might have been one of the times that like I said earlier, that I would talk to people in other counties and get an idea of, how stuff was going on about being hired on. So that might have been one of the somebody I ran into and talked to, and he gave me his card. So that's probably why I would have had it.
And Scott, have you noticed here that you have some loose bullets?
Yes.
Right. What kind of bullets are those?
Without looking at them, I mean, I really don't know the caliber. But it appears those would be the ones that would have came from my grandparents' house. There was a box that my grandfather had some coins, and he had a whole bunch of different stuff. He even had his dog tags in there from when he served, and I think that those are just the drawer that those got put into.
And just for a closer picture for identification purposes, can you, and I can zoom in, I believe, can you make out what it says on this bullet right there?
Well, the one on the right I can make out, and it's, a 38 special.
Okay. So does that refresh your memory that those were 38 special bullets?
If that's what it says on them, then yes.
Right. And, in this case, there were a number of bullets in your barn apartment, yes? In the barn, yes?
In the barn, yes.
All right. I need a sticker. I think just to keep things clean, I'm going to call this Scott 201. May I approach Judge? Do I need any gloves, guys? Are we good?
You're fine as far as bullets are.
Okay.
No.
I'm going to set these right here for you to identify if you wouldn't mind.
Just make a record of you doing what you're doing.
For the record, I have opened the box, partially opened and set in front of Scott Farris this box for identification of the bullets inside. What kind of bullets are those?
It says on the caliper 38 special.
Oh. Could you please read the brand name?
It says American Eagle Federal.
Okay. Where did these bullets come from?
Where were they found?
Yes. That's what I'm asking you, sir. Where were they in your barn?
Well, any ammunition like that would have been downstairs, possibly either in the feed room or the tool room. And I remembered that I had a friend that came out. There was a group of friends that came out, and one of the persons that came out had some ammunition that they left. And because I remember them, Detective Page asking me about that, and I gave the name of what we called him, his name and what number I had of him, but I haven't been in contact with that guy in a long time.
Before you pull that out, let's do something with the other ones and put.
Oh,
them back
no,
in.
absolutely. I was just moving things along while he was talking.
Yeah, let's put the other back in the other box back in the bag before you open the other box and.
Got it. Okay, go ahead with what you were saying about the bullets.
But yes, there was some ammunition that was left from somebody who came out and did some shooting, and I left them. They were left in the tool shed, so they should have been with some 16 gauge shotgun shells.
I marked it as 201, and I would move to admit these as Scott 201.
No objection.
Next one. So this will be Scott 202.
No objection.
Defense is introducing it. You are going to maintain it.
We will.
All right. You want them to mark the box or the bag or both or what?
Yeah, we keep up with it. We'll mark it
I'm
off.
putting it on the bag.
Okay.
And we will mark the box out.
202. May I approach, Your Honor? What are these cartridges?
Alright, I'm having a hard time reading these. I need new contacts. Looks like 280, but typically they say on the side of the box.
Can you see anywhere on the side of the box?
Am I able to pull one out to get a closer look?
I'll zoom in. I'll zoom in for you.
I don't care. Can you read it? Just zoom in on that.
I'll stipulate wherever they say we pull this up, just to find out.
I believe it's a 380. Would that be a refresh your memory?
Yeah.
To the letter on
Oh, very clear there now.
the miracle of modern technology. And when I say modern, I mean 12 years ago.
Okay. And if I haven't tendered that, I would ask to admit as Scott 202.
Okay.
Sometimes trials are obviously slow and monotonous, but there's something that I do want to talk to you about, and it is previously. No, not yet. I'm going to show you what's previously been admitted in this case as Stewart Defense 1. What is this room?
That is the wash stall. That's where we give our horses baths, and we would also wash the dogs there too.
Okay. Would you say that this is generally the area you were in charge of this area? Yes?
Yeah, this is down in the barn where all the horse stalls are.
Okay. All right, now I want to go back to the night of the 3rd. You talked to your mom. What did your mom say when she called you?
When I was at the lake house,
When you were at the lake house.
she called me and she asked me, when are you going to be home? And I said, I don't know why, what's going on. And she said the horses were out. And I asked her how the horses get out. And she said, your father left the gate open. And she said, you need to get home and help get them up. And I said, well, I'll be on my way shortly.
Scott, you did it again. And I noticed this, and do you notice this? You didn't remember anything about your day. Very little, conversation-wise. You don't remember what you said to your dad. You don't remember what your dad said to you. You don't remember any of those things, but you remember every word, allegedly, from that conversation with your mom on that night. Word for word. Is that not odd? That's the question.
To me, no. That was, a major event that it was eventually to come of this situation. So.
Nicole, do we have those phone calls from that time period? So you drove back and there was another phone call. Yes?
Yes, when I got back to the property, once I made it up to the barn, I tried calling her.
You tried calling her?
Yes, and she did not answer.
All right. Do you have the picture? Yes, ma'am. I do. Would you agree? Okay, that's fine. We've agreed to take a brief break, Your Honor. I need to get a demonstrative together.
All right. We'll take our mid-afternoon recess. We'll try to keep it 10 minutes. Although if they need to do something, it may take 15.
I didn't charge my watch last night.
Bring them out. That's what I'm trying to address before y'all confuse everybody.
Okay. Mr. Farris, I was talking to you before we took a brief break about this phone call at 10:52 p.m. on July the 3rd, but I'm not talking about these phone calls that would have happened earlier in the day. I'm just talking about this one right now.
Okay.
Okay? And that would have been when you were leaving the lake, yes?
That seems about right, yes.
Yes? Okay. So then you call your mother at 11:30 p.m. and cancel the call?
I didn't cancel it. I remember when I got to the farm, I tried calling her and it went to voicemail.
Okay.
So, and then she called me back a short time afterwards.
At 11:34 p.m.
Yes.
And what was the nature of that conversation?
So when she finally called me back, I noticed when I pulled into the farm, the horses were in the pasture. So I pulled up to the barn and tried calling her.
Meaning the horses were put up. They were
on the property. They were in the pastures.
right. So, but everything, you didn't have to go put the horses up.
No, I did not have to go retrieve them. Like how when she called me and said the horses were out, they were not in a pasture. They were either running around the property or they made it off the property.
They could make it off the property?
Yes,
How
they've
would
done
they
it
do that?
before. They go up the driveway and
Head out per cell?
yes,
Okay. So they're in the pasture.
yes.
Call mom. All right, go ahead.
So I try calling her. She didn't answer. I proceeded to go up and I made sure the gates were closed and, you know, everything seemed all right. And she called me back and I said, what the hell? You said the horses were out.
You said to your mom, what the hell?
Yeah, I mean, I probably along those lines. I was like, you said, you know, what the hell? You said the horses were out. I might have not said a hell, but I made the reference and said, you called me and said the horses were out. And she said, well, I was able to get them back up.
Okay.
And I was like, okay. And I noticed the fire burning when I was pulling up to the barn at the burn pile. And I said, so I guess Daddy decided to burn that pile because he did talk about burning it prior to that day. And she said, yes, he did. I was like, okay, well, y'all need to keep an eye on it, make sure it doesn't spread. And she was like, okay, we will. And then I informed her, it's like, hey, I'm waking up very early in the morning. I'm going to play golf with Ted and Philip, but I'm going to come over and get the debit card and run and get some cash out before I go. And she said, okay, just let me know when you're coming over to the house. And that was all that was said in that conversation. And then I just went into my apartment and eventually fell asleep.
And you did like a check, you mentioned, right?
I checked the the gates where the horses were at, make sure they were closed so they wouldn't get out again if they were out.
Other animals you said earlier you checked on some other things.
Yeah, I made sure the goats were in the actual goat pen and the chicken coop door was closed. So
Which chicken coop?
the one there at the barn.
So you didn't go over to the house?
No, I never went over to the house that night.
You mentioned earlier for the first time that you went and checked the chicken coop. You'd never mentioned that in any of your other interviews.
Okay. I mean, I checked everything in vicinity of the barn.
So, you just kind of did a brief rundown of this 4-minute phone call. That's 4 minutes? That's rather long. It's almost 5 minutes. It's 4 minutes. So, do you remember anything else that you talked about in this 4-minute phone call? At 11:34 p.m.?
No, I don't remember anything else.
Okay. But you remember what you said earlier?
Yes.
Your Honor, can we switch back over to the I'm sorry.
Mr. Williams, do you mind if we just stipulate to that as Cockney tender?
Oh, yes, I meant we stipulate to the admissibility of Kuykendall 10, which was the picture of the phone that said, contact mother.
Judge, I'll print off a copy and we'll supplement the record with that.
All right. All right, so that's actually the debit card you went to go get the next morning?
That's not a debit card. That's a credit card.
Of your dad's?
Yes, that would have been my father's.
And the background of that photo, what is that? It looks like it's your bedstand or whatever we would call that? Your nightstand?
I see a golf tee, and that fabric looks like the fabric on the table next to my bed.
Right. So that would be your father's credit card next to your bed.
One of them at one point, yes.
One of them at one point. Well, this was the picture of the search. This has been previously admitted in this case of your room on July the 5th/6th. So that would have been in your room, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. How did you get that credit card?
I mean, that was one of the many cards that we used. That might have been the one at one point that I had that my dad got a new credit card, so it was no longer operable. So I guess I never disposed of it.
But it's valid through 0420?
Yes, the date on it.
Right. But he would have kept it in his wallet. Yes.
If it was in use, yeah, either I would have had it or he would have had it.
Well, here's my thing, Scott, and I want you to help me figure this out. You are the only individual who has placed wallets in hands of your mother, but you have a credit card of your dad's after his death, and we have seen all of these text messages that your dad always said, give it back. Give it back. Why'd you have that card?
I mean, like I said, I don't remember when that card was used because, sometimes he would get new cards and, when you get a new card, they cancel out the other one but, with him asking for the card back, that's, I would have had it and he needed it back for something else.
See, I think this is where you made a mistake, Scott. Don't you?
No.
See, the next morning you went to go get the card from your mother. Yes?
I said I was going to come over and get a debit card.
But you knew that you couldn't get the debit card, which you're not supposed to have this card. But you knew that you could not have gotten the credit card or the debit card from your dad because you knew your dad was dead at that point.
No, I did not know my dad was dead at that point.
But you got up that morning and you had to go keep your story together. And you went and played golf. And you went and played with who?
Ted and Philip.
And y'all went over to what golf course?
Hampton Golf Course up on 400.
And you played till about 11:30.
Yeah, right around there.
Would it, now your friend, he came to testify yesterday. He mentioned that you looked tired. Then he said everybody looked tired. So do you think you looked tired that morning when you went to go play golf?
Oh, yeah, I mean, we had a very early tee time. I mean,
Okay. So then how did you get over to the lake?
I drove the truck from the golf course up to the lake house.
And how long were you at the lake?
Several hours until Ted and I decided to go to another friend of ours' pool party at our apartment complex.
And at this point, I imagine you were very nervous, were you not?
That day, no, I wasn't nervous.
Okay. And you came back that evening at some point. What time?
Back to the farm?
The farm.
Yeah, I came home to, take care of animals. It was still daylight, so if I remember right, it was maybe somewhere around 8 o'clock-ish. I mean, it was still daylight outside.
Did you, you saw Ella? I mean Addison, I'm sorry. You saw Addison and Cameron, yes?
Not on the day
Of the 4th?
No, I did not.
Because they were there by that time.
I never saw them.
They'd been on the property. You knew that. And you knew they'd been outside. They'd been all over your property. And it's your property. That's the words that you would use to refer it pretty regularly in interviews. Do you remember that?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I mean, I might have said, sometimes when I talk to people, I say, my farm, my family farm. But no, I've never once said, yeah, this is my farm I bought.
And so you saw Addison and Cameron, and you began to panic a bit, did you not?
No, because I never saw them.
All right. And when did you go to bed that night, or did you?
I did go to bed that night. Once I took care of, all the animals and everything, I went over and walked in and talked to Melody, and
That was on the 4th.
yes,
Right. So you put yourself in the house, in her bedroom, and on that day, you told her at that time. What did you say earlier? Something about things are about to change. Tell me about that.
So I walked in after we're, taking care of all the animals. The goats were out when I pulled in, got them back up. Everybody was squared away. I went over to the house. Didn't see anybody in the kitchen and all. Noticed, the master bedroom TV was on. Walked in there, and Melody was laying in the bed with the dogs. And
Did you storm in your mother's room on a regular basis?
storming?
You just
No.
walk in what time of night was that?
I mean, this was just right after I got done taking care of everybody. So
Everybody, you mean
all the animals.
the animals? Okay.
So, man, the door was open, and as you walk up, you can see she was just laying there watching TV.
And you said,
And I walked in, I go, why were all the goats out in the pasture? And she said, your father let them out. And I was like, well, okay, why weren't they put back up if nobody's, out there? And she's just like, I don't know. I was like, well, y'all are going to have to start doing this, because at some point I'm going to be pursuing a job in law enforcement, and I'm not going to be able to be here to do this kind of stuff. So y'all got to start taking some responsibility of the animals. And she was like, okay.
did anybody else ever hear this conversation besides you and your mother, allegedly?
No, because she was the only one in the room.
Right. So you told law enforcement this conversation.
Yes, because that was the conversation that happened.
You've told the jury this conversation.
Yes, because that was the conversation that was had.
But that's the time you told. That's the time you decided to tell your mother that I'm pursuing law enforcement and I'm getting out of here, guys.
No, they knew that prior to it. I've always, said it. I've always made comments here every once in a while that y'all got to learn how to take care of these animals.
And I think that's another mistake you made.
Just, I'm going to object. He can't make comments.
I'll rephrase.
103C, he's got to quit making statements in his questions. It's improper.
Do you think that was a mistake? Do you think that was a mistake you made?
No.
Okay. And then you went back to your apartment. That's your
Yes.
testimony that evening.
Yes.
What did you do over at your apartment?
Laid on my couch and watched some TV and kind of relaxed, and then went to bed.
Do you remember what time?
No, I did not.
Were you beginning to panic at that point?
No, I was never panicking.
Because no one had looked for your father.
At that time, I was unaware that anything happened to my father. There was no reason to panic for anything.
And the next morning, you woke up, and what did you do?
So the next morning, woke up, had my morning coffee, took care of the animals. I was planning on going to get my hair cut and was going to meet Ted at the...
Get some golf clubs made.
I was going to get into a simulator, computer simulator and swing clubs, and they would have been able to give me a printout of what type of clubs I needed to get and stuff like that. I wasn't going to purchase golf clubs then, but I was just getting into the simulator. That was the plan. But when I was leaving out to go do that, I saw Amanda's vehicle up at the house, so I decided to go say hey to her really quick.
And she was there to get Cameron,
I believe so.
Chad's daughter.
Yes.
And you'd met Cameron before, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And that's when you walked up. I mean, surely, were you not terrified that no one had realized yet that your father was missing?
And once again, I had no clue anything happened to my father.
Right. That was not part of your plan, correct?
I never had a plan.
You walked over and saw them sitting there talking. And what did you say?
I walked up and immediately I was asked if I knew where my father was.
Okay. And what did you say?
I said, no, I haven't seen him. well, what do you mean? They're like, well, we can't find him. And then there's the window into the garage. I was like, well, there's his Mercedes, the RTV sitting right there. He's got to be here.
Right. Where'd you go next? Back to the barn?
No, not at that moment. Eventually, I had to go back up there to try to start searching for him. But we tried to figure out where he could have possibly gone.
And you testified earlier that you went down towards the burn pile, yes?
At one point, I went to go check the trail camera after she asked me to go check it.
You already know where I'm going with this. Is that a picture of you going towards the trail camera?
That would have been, yes.
All right. And that was at 12, roughly, yes?
Time stamp on that, yes.
All right. And is that a picture of you going towards it or backing away from the trail camera?
I would be walking towards it.
All right. So is that the moment when you looked at the trail camera by your testimony?
Yes, I was going to check the SD card on it.
And then you deleted it at that point, right? I think your word was habit, yes?
I checked what pictures were on there, and then, yes, out of habit, I deleted it. I didn't see anything out of the, normal. I went to go, the sole purpose of me going to look to see if my dad might have walked in front of it to see if, if he could have walked down that way. That's why she asked me to go check it to see if there was anything on it.
But you deleted it at that time. And
Yes.
did anybody else ever hear you, did anybody else hear this conversation between you and your mother?
Amanda was there, I know that for sure.
Okay. And then, and at this time, Your Honor, I would ask to admit Scott 73.
No objection.
It's made.
And, this was a picture taken right around that time by the trail camera. Who's that?
That would be Amanda.
All right. And what does she appear to be doing?
Walking.
All right. And then this would be a picture of who?
That would be Melody.
All right. And can you see the time on that?
Yes.
All right. So that's 12:06, and she appears to be doing what?
Walking.
What's up next to her head?
A phone.
So that's at 12:06. Going back to the other picture, and I would ask to admit that as Scott 72 and Scott 71.
Mike, any objection?
No objection.
Now go back to this picture, you walking up at 12:12. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So you checked it. And had you forgotten it was there? The trail camera?
No, I knew it was still down there.
But you would have, that was another mistake you made that day. Wouldn't you agree?
What mistake?
That you deleted the trail camera.
I don't think it's a mistake because once again, anytime I check the trail camera, I always delete it to free up that. But at that time, we still haven't even discovered my dad. So I checked it because to see if maybe my dad walked by to see if he could have been walking down the property edge because we were trying to figure out where he could have been.
At this point, had you told anybody about the missing gun?
No, I have not brought that up.
Okay. You bring that up for the first time after your father is found?
Yes, I brought it up to the detectives.
And so how long after that picture would you say you found your father?
It wouldn't have been much longer because I think the 911 call was, 12:30, somewhere before 1 o'clock, I know. So you know, we were still in the process of trying to locate him.
And I'm going to play you what has been previously been marked as 911. And this is your 911 call. Have you ever heard it?
Have I ever heard it?
Is it up, Judge?
My father has come up missing, and we just searched the property. It's a small farm, and I just found something near a fire that doesn't. He was burning brush. Now there's stuff in the fire that it could be him. I don't know.
All right, sir. What's Purcell Lane run off of?
It's right off of Birmingham Road.
You said 2155 Purcell Lane. That's correct.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is your name?
Scott Farris. Farris.
What's a good callback number for you, Scott?
404-861-2667.
How old is you said your father?
Yes, sir.
How old is
he just turned 68 on the 68, yeah.
68, okay.
Now I'm calling you to say that we've been walking around looking for him, and I went where the fire is still smoldering, and I'm ex-military. I was deployed to Iraq. I've seen what burned up bodies look like, and this looks like a body.
Okay. All right, sir. I've got him on the way out there for you. I'm going to send the police and the fire department out there. Just try and lead everything that you can, the way you found it down there, and we've got him on the way out there for you. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Is there anything else I can do for you, sir?
No, that'll be it.
All right, sir. Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
A member of the fire department, EMT, testified that she was the first on the scene and that you met her at the end of the driveway. Do you remember that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And you, after you did that, you looked up at Chris and you told him to get those kids the F out of here. I believe that's what he testified to. You just said, get those kids the F out of here. Right?
Yes, along those lines, I told him to get those girls away from there.
And you testified earlier that when you were there, everybody was there, but your mother was right here above you. As y'all were looking.
She was literally right next to me.
Yeah, well, I believe you said right here above your shoulder, somewhere in there.
I don't recall.
She was next to you, okay? All right. She said she was right next to you. What was she doing when you reached down and grabbed your dad's skull?
She was looking at the same thing I was looking at.
You testified to something earlier that caught me off guard. You said you saw blood vessels. Do you remember that?
Yeah, when I vividly remember seeing it, and I mean, what it appeared to be like little lines. I don't know if they're blood vessels or what, but it didn't look like a rock to me. So it made me, I grabbed a very small corner of it and turned it over and saw the teeth and eye sockets and immediately put it back to confirm.
And you went and met the EMT, and you told the EMT over and over again that you knew what burned bodies looked like because you'd been in Iraq. Just what you said on the 911 call.
Yes.
Okay. And did you pass Amanda on the way?
From after I called 911 and started heading up to go meet them, yes, Amanda was standing in the driveway.
Okay. And is that when you told them about the missing revolver in the basement?
I never told them.
You never told them about the missing revolver in the basement?
Amanda, no.
You told Chad, didn't you?
No, I never told Chad.
Okay. and eventually what appears to be every member of, at some point, I mean, we got a witness list in this case that covered essentially Cherokee County shows up, right? All of Cherokee County law enforcement, EMTs, fire department, everybody shows up on this scene.
Sorry.
And within minutes, you went and spoke to Detective Kuykendall, yes? You remember him? Tall guy. Nice guy.
Yeah.
Always would apologize before he had to ask you a question, or anybody a question for that matter. Remember him? Not him. The other guy. Tall guy.
Yeah, I mean,
You got in the car with him.
yes, I got in a vehicle with 3 other people. 1 person was the driver, 2 in the back, I believe.
Okay. And you, is that the first time you decided to tell? That was the moment you chose. You got a hold of Kuykendall and you told him about your immediate suspicions of your mother and that a gun was missing. Do you remember that?
Yes, I told him that I found a gun several weeks prior, and for them to search that house and try to find it, because I didn't try to continue finding it. I only checked that one drawer. So I told them to search the rest of the property.
So when did you search? Oh, sorry, I missed that. When did you say you searched the house looking for that missing gun? Because you were looking for the missing gun before you talked to Kuykendall.
No, when I went down to go check to see if my dad's CPAP machine was there and if his shotgun was there, that's when I remember that gun being in that drawer. So I just went over there to check to see if it was still there. It was not there.
And that was before you told Kuykendall or
Yeah,
Amanda.
that was before we even found my father.
Before you found it,
Yes,
you were looking for a missing gun.
because I remember that gun being there, and I just wanted to make sure if that gun was still there or not.
Okay. So you told Detective Kuykendall, and you love law enforcement, yes? Like you want to be law enforcement.
Yes,
You said you tried even after this to be law enforcement. Yes?
After what?
After your father's death, you tried to get into law enforcement. You testified to that earlier. Yes?
Not after all this happened with my father, because I was told that I wouldn't be able to do anything because I was considered as a suspect in an investigation.
Who told you that?
I don't remember who told me that, but I was just kind of informed on that, and I mean, it's kind of a no-brainer if I'm going through such a traumatic event and all. I mean, I don't see how a law enforcement will hire me on and when I'm being investigated for this.
That's valid. So you then told Kuykendall, from that moment on, they were looking for a gun. Now, when you went into the basement, did you see any blood?
Yes, I noticed 1 drop of blood.
Where was that drop of blood?
It was heading towards the stairway, kind of the small narrow point between a wall and the bar.
Was it one of these drops of blood?
It would have been number 4.
You saw that one?
I saw that drop.
Is that where you would come in the house, typically, always? You said that's where you would eat your dinner.
I would come down from the stairs and go sit in the chair over there and eat.
The chair with the ottoman?
Yes.
This chair?
Yes.
Where that bullet is? Do you see that bullet? Have you ever seen that bullet before?
No, I've never seen that bullet before.
That's a bullet. And you've never seen that in the basement?
No.
So you say you saw this droplet of blood. Now I do want to go back and note, you days before, you were bit by a snake. And it sounds that you enter and exit through the basement door, or the American doors, as Mr. Fogus puts it. Would it not have made sense that you entered through the basement and gone up the stairs to get the iodine there?
I never would have entered through the basement. If I ever came over to the house, I came in through the garage or the front door.
That's a better picture of the bullet. I'm sorry I couldn't show you earlier. Do you know what kind of bullet that is, sir? I know you do.
There's different types of like rounds and how they expand and all, but I've seen something similar to that with it.
What is that part right there?
It appears to me the plastic, because I know I've seen rounds that have like a reddish or green plastic in the bullet, and that could be range from 9mm to 45 caliber and so forth.
Right. And 38s?
Possibly, yes.
Sure. And so in your experience, what is the purpose of these, this plastic in the bullet? Do you know?
That I do not know.
Okay. You know, like hollow points. Do you know the difference between things like that?
Yes, I know the difference between a hollow point and, target practice type stuff.
So what would be the purpose of that plastic in that bullet?
I really
don't know.
Don't
okay.
know.
That's fine. But as you walked up the stairs, you saw no other blood, yes?
No, I saw no other blood.
So, and at the top of the stairs, you saw no blood in the dining room. I'm trying to find the picture of the dining room. Here we go. Up here, you saw no blood?
No, sir, I did not.
No blood here?
No, sir.
No blood on this chair?
No, sir.
Anywhere on this rug?
No.
No splatter on the walls?
No.
And you then continued to tell the story of this gun. Who else did you tell the story of the gun to?
That day?
That day.
I only remember talking to, detectives and all.
Okay.
So
here's something interesting that I would like to ask you. So you've just found out that your father, well, you just allegedly found out, that your father has been burned to death on a burn pile. Yes?
I knew there was human remains in the burn pile. My father was missing, and it had to be a very good percentage chance that it was going to be him.
But your instant thoughts, you go downstairs, you're looking for an alleged gun that was somewhere in the basement that only you saw. Your father's burned to death. You don't think, well, we should probably look to see what accelerants might have been used. You don't go looking for gasoline, do you? Or anything for that matter. You immediately went to a gun. You went and looked for a gun. Yes?
No, I went to try to figure out where my father was, and when I went to go check for the shotgun, I remember that gun being there. It just, something wanted me to go make sure that it was still there or not. I didn't know if it was anywhere else in the house. Where I last saw it, that's where I went to go check because of her behavior and everything. It was very fishy about the whole situation.
Right, and that is what you've told everyone for 6 years. But you didn't go look for a missing knife. Yes or no?
No, I didn't.
You didn't. You have a property that is a farm property. And on that farm property, I imagine there's some kind of poisons. Yes?
Sure, there's some kind of chemical that if somebody drank it, it will cause harm.
Okay. But in all of this, and you've testified that you had no idea that there was a bullet in your father until about midnight. And I mean, we've had previous witnesses come into this case and say when they found the bullet in your father's rib. But 10 hours, 12 hours before this bullet is found, you have set them off looking for things. You have been controlling where they go and what they do, have you not?
No, not controlling. I just asked them to search the house to see if they could find that gun because I knew something bad had happened.
That's right, you did. And I know you knew that. But wouldn't it make more sense? And I think that's where you made a mistake again. Wouldn't you agree?
Objective, argumentative.
Sustained.
You didn't go looking for anything else that possibly could have caused the death of your father. Correct?
No.
You were interviewed many times in this case. Yes?
Oh, yes.
How many times do you remember?
I've lost count. Over couple of years, there was multiple times.
And you would agree some of them were very lengthy interviews, yes?
Oh, yes.
You would agree that Detective Hayes and Detective Kuykendall believed you. Wouldn't you agree with that? That they liked you. You liked them and they liked you.
I mean, no, they were doing their job and I was trying to help them out on the information. Whatever questions they asked me, I gave, my answers to and all. I mean, I was trying to help find out what happened to my father.
Earlier you stated that your mother, in the year following this, she was trying to constantly make things up about you. Have you arrested or something to that effect? But isn't it true that you called 911 multiple times on your mother that year? You remember that? I have the recordings if you'd like to listen to them.
I do not remember calling 911 on her. I know there's a couple times I've had to call 911. When the trailer came up missing, and two, when Chad started harassing me that day at the driveway.
Do you remember calling 911 saying that your mother had gone through your apartment?
So on my apartment, when I called 911 for that, she actually called me and told me that my apartment was ransacked. Someone broke into my apartment. So I was working for my friend Justin at the nursery at that time. So I ran up to him and was like, dude, I gotta go. Somebody broke into my house. So I went home and my apartment was ransacked. So I called 911.
And there was accusations at one point that you threatened your mother over that year. Do you remember that? 2019. After we've moved on from the 5th. Do you remember that?
Did I threaten my mother?
You were under investigation by the city of Woodstock because Cherokee could not investigate you. That kind of as a impartial third party, Woodstock investigated that. Yes? Do you remember that?
Yes, I remember having to go out to Woodstock Police Department and talked with them. They said I threatened her, but that never happened.
Okay. So initially, you were not. Michael, can we get it so that I can play the video? The Facebook video. Plug it in right here. These are the Facebook videos, Jeff.
What did you give us?
That we gave you, yes.
No worries.
Do you have any objection?
None. Talking about guns, firearms.
Yes. You testified and have made multiple statements that you did not have handguns. Yes? On the property?
I told what handguns were, and you've shown the picture of the one I knew of.
Okay. I'm going to show you some Facebook videos, and Judge, we will have to mark these, I think, later following this as far as Scott exhibit, but I'm
Just
just...
stipulate whatever number they are.
Okay.
John, AR-15, do some tactical shit.
I don't think I hit any of those targets.
So I think we established in that video Jeff's not a very good shot. Who is Jeff?
He is one of my friends that I've known for quite a while.
Okay. I think there's another... I'll pause right there. Where is this on your property?
That would have been down in the very bottom right-hand corner of the property. So if you...
Let's see if I can pull up where was the aerial, Jeff? The board? I don't know that that's going to show...
I mean, I could pinpoint on the area.
Right, I would like to do that. Michael, could you help me?
It's under all the aerials, Michael.
Yes.
Second floor thing.
How about this? So where...
Okay, move the mouse, go to the dam on the pond.
Okay.
Keep going up towards that corner. No, the other way. So yeah, you would have had to gain access there, and then if you go left, keep going left.
Along this fence line?
Yes, sir. That's the edge of the property. So eventually, right.
But doesn't it turn and come back up this way?
Yeah, so down right in there is where the two property lines meet.
So up in this corner somewhere?
Yeah, so it's going downhill into a creek. And it starts going back uphill. So you have trees and everything. No houses back there.
Now, this is you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Same day?
Yes.
This is your Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
I'm showing you another video. So So those videos. The second one, you would say that you were just using would that have been an AR-15?
Yes.
And the first video, you had an AR-15 and what appeared to be a handgun. What type of gun was that?
That was Jeff's gun. I really want to say that was a 9mm. I'm not 100% certain on what caliber it was, but both those guns were his.
Okay. And those would be a form of shooting, tactical shooting.
Yeah, I mean, the way I was doing it, yeah, that had a lot of, my training on how I would shoot. Just the terrain that we had and what I was wearing, I wouldn't call it very tactical. But yes.
You were interviewed with Scott in one interview, or with Chris. I mean, I'm sorry, Scott. It's been a long day, as you know. You were interviewed with Chris together. Do you remember that at one point?
There was a couple times, yes.
Y'all were interviewed at the same time, and y'all were interviewed apart. You remember that?
Yes.
Right. And you were interviewed one time, much later, by the GBI. Do you remember that? At the district attorney's office in 2019?
I believe so. There was a lot of interviews, so.
And do you remember in that interview that after about 3.5 hours, you stopped the interview. You brought it to an end. You said you weren't taking this anymore. Do you remember that?
I don't remember saying those exact words and all, but.
That was the general idea?
Yeah, I remember one day I was there all day long and I had nothing to eat and I was exhausted and, I mean, I said everything that I could think of. I mean.
Did you consider yourself a suspect at that point?
If I consider myself?
Did you consider yourself a suspect at that point?
I didn't think myself as a suspect, but they, treated me like a suspect, and I fully understand why they would.
And it was a different investigator. You'd always dealt with Detective Hayes.
Yes, I've dealt with a lot of different people during this whole situation.
Would you say that the most person you've dealt with is Detective Hayes?
Majority of them, yes, would be with him.
And Detective Hayes, the first year in 2018, seemed to be going with everything you had to say, yes?
I mean, I gave him what information I knew, yes.
Didn't ask you about your guns and your bullets.
I mean, he asked, I think I remember him asking me about what type of guns I had and everything like that.
And I'll get to talk to Detective Hayes about that in a number of days. But you remember in 2019, well over a year after July the 3rd, 2018, you remember then, that's when they started to really look at you. Yes, you remember that. Talking about the bullets. That's when they went back out to the property and combed it for your bullets. Yes?
They asked me if I ever did any shooting, and I said yes. I always had friends over, and they asked, well, can you show us where that area was? I said, yeah, babe, more than happy to. So I took them to the area that we always did shooting. And I think they might have asked if they've ever seen Melody down there, and I, told them I don't ever really remember her being down there. But yeah, I told them where we used to go shooting at. And they asked if we ever did it anywhere else, and I said, no, that was majority of it right there. It was the safest place to shoot.
Okay. And then, ultimately, the GBI did interview you months after that Hayes interview. Totally separate and aside from the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office. You remember?
Yeah, I remember there's some point, like I said, there was a lot of different people who interviewed me.
You're aware that a .357 can shoot a .38? I said that right. 357 can shoot a 38.
No, I'm not aware of
You're
that.
not aware of that. Multiple times you've testified made statements through the year. You didn't have revolvers, but you did have a revolver once upon a time, did you not?
I had my grandfather's revolver at one point. It was a 357 revolver.
Right.
Long barrel, you know. Yes, I took it with me down to Fort Benning because I did deer hunting and hog hunting down there, and I wanted to use it to hunt hogs with.
And I believe you told Detective Hayes in 2020 that it was stolen from you when you were down in Columbus, when you lived in Columbus.
Yes.
Would it shock you, and that would have been about 2012, but would it shock you that my office, and I believe the state has agreed to admit these, that my office conducted an open records request of the Muskogee County Sheriff's Office, as well as the Columbus Police Department. And so at this time I would ask to admit Scott 100, Scott 99, Scott 98, Scott 97.
No.
Can we switch over to the Elmo one last time, Judge? So you told Detective Hayes that you had a 357 stolen, and he was asking you all this information, and I don't believe it was followed up on, but I did it. And here's what I found. After we requested from both law enforcement institutions down there, Columbus Police, from a date range of 2008 to 2015, specifically we are looking into an incident where a 357 Magnum or other firearms belonging to Scott Walker Farris were reported stolen. We are requesting copies of any incident reports, 911 recordings, transcripts, CAD reports, any and all records is what we asked for. I signed it at some point. But we sent it off back in September. And we received an email within days that there are no records in our system for Scott Walker Farris. Gave him your date of birth at all. So we doubled up and we looked with Muskogee County. And would you believe they found no records either? And they told us to contact the Columbus Police Department. So I'm going to ask you this right now, Scott Farris. That gun was never stolen, was it?
Yes,
You
it
made
was.
no report, did you?
No, I called so we came back from the field. I lived with two other guys. We came back from the field and our house was ransacked, and we called 911. And at the time he said, have you noticed anything missing? I was like, I don't know. We have to go through the house. And once I was able to, put my house back together, he gave us his number and all, and he said, if you find anything missing, let me know. And so I called him and told him that I had a 9mm and that 357. I don't have any VINs on them or anything, but I can't find them now. And then my roommates told him about some of their stuff that was taken as well too.
So you say all that out. But there's obviously no record of it. And you know a 357 can shoot a 38 special. And that gun was not stolen, was it, Scott?
I do not know that a 357 could shoot a 38. I don't see how that's even possible. And I did file a report. I called the police when our house was ransacked, and they came out and, did their part. I have people who witnessed that were a part of it.
And Scott, you know that there was no gun in that basement in your mom's house that she would ever allow to be around those children. You know that. Yes?
I saw a gun down there.
But in fact, you did still have a .357. Yes? That gun that was clearly not stolen, there's no record of that. You lied to Detective Hayes. You're lying now to that jury.
Objection, Your Honor. This is purely argumentative. This is improper, counsel.
I withdraw it.
No, Judge, I object. It's purely improper.
I was going to let him answer it.
Well, then I'll then answer the question.
And what was the question again?
How about I do this? You used that .357 to shoot your father, did you not?
No, because I never shot my father.
And that .357, I don't know where it is, but you went to Lake Lanier the day after you shot your father, did you not? You went to the lake, yes?
Yes, we went to the lake after playing golf.
Did you throw that .357 into Lake Lanier after you shot your father?
No, because I have not seen that .357 since 2012, I think it was, when my house was broken into.
And did your father, in fact, confront you that evening about being out again? Because through the text messages, we clearly have seen that you're constantly hiding from your father to go play golf, to go hang with your friends and not do your job. And he was always controlling your money, yes?
No, he wasn't controlling my money.
Did you shoot him at the barn, Scott?
I never shot my father.
Did you take that bullet and put that bullet in the floor in your mother's house?
I never knew of that bullet.
You would agree with me that it's absurd that there is no blood of any serious measure of your father's in that house consistent with being shot in the house. Yes?
I haven't seen the evidence amount of, the only picture of blood that I've seen is what you've come across the screen. I haven't been told about how much blood was found in the house. All I know is the one drop of blood that I noticed, but I don't know.
You knew how to work a fire. Yes? You worked fires with your dad. You put one out. Remember? You went in there and you stuck your hand through the wall and you were trying to put the fire out in the wall years before. You remember that, yes?
Yes.
Were the hairs on your hands singed? Can you hold your hands up? Were they singed at all from that evening?
I don't remember. On the evening of what? You talking about the fire that I was trying to put out in the house?
Yes, that one.
So during the daytime when fire department came and I saved my parents' house from fully burning down, I don't remember the hair on my hands being singed.
How about on July the 3rd?
There's no way I could do that because I was never around a fire on July the 3rd.
Did anybody from law enforcement ask you if it was? Your hands were singed?
No, I don't ever remember if...
They only ever did an accelerant test, yes?
They did some kind of test. They swabbed my hands there in the driveway of the house. I do remember that. I don't know what it was for, but they asked if they could swab my hands, and I was like, yes.
You are how tall?
6'6", I know.
Could you stand for the jury, please?
Sure.
And how much do you weigh?
Currently I'm about 280.
You can have a seat. You understand that you are the only person on the property who could have physically pulled off what the district attorney's office and the state has alleged that your mother did. You're aware you're the only person. You even said so in your own interviews that she would have had had help. Didn't you say that?
There's a possibility, a chance of that, you know, she could have needed help. But, you know, yes, it has came across me many a times because of my size and the size of my father. Yes, I was going to be looked at like that, but I had nothing to do with it. But I've also seen, you know, you always see people on the news being able to do stuff under, you know, how would you say it, when their adrenaline's rushing and stuff. They're able to do things that they thought they'll never be able to do.
Well, Scott, you would agree. I'm asking, this is my question, and I'll sit down. It's your proposal to this jury that something that's strange and odd on the news about these stories of adrenaline and picking up cars and all these very odd things, that would be somehow how your mother pulled off moving a 300-pound man in the house instead of the very obvious solution, which is that the one person on the property who could move him did move him, and that's you. That's all I have.
Just my redirect. I want to be fast.
All right, we'll see. Go ahead.
And Mr. Wade, for the record, these videos that we're going to mark, do you mind if I just say the date on them? Is that okay?
Yes, please. Thank you.
These are in August, I believe, of 2015. Is that right, Scott? Let me judge if we can switch. You're fine. I'm not going to be here long. You're fine. I'll look at those real quick. Paris 12 through 15. Go ahead. What you did.
Yeah, no objection.
Judge, at this time I'm continuing into evidence S. Ferris 12 through S. Ferris 15.
Any objection?
I don't think so. Any objections?
Mr. Weaver, any objections?
No. All right. You're moved.
Scott, this is S. Ferris 12. These are text messages between yourself and the defendant. Do you see these on the screen here?
Yes, sir, I do.
And then we're going down March 12, 2018 through March, beginning at 9:47 a.m. and going through 12:57 p.m. First one says, bring Hex key set to take a shower park, going to Ferguson's. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Next one at about 2 minutes later says, it's incoming to your phone, says, then get a job and move off my property. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Next one says, I have had enough of this place. I promise you, I'm at the end of my rope with you and Gary. Do you see those?
Yes.
S. Ferris 13, this is between yourself and your mother on your phone, and May 13, 2018, and looks like it's incoming from your mother and says Gary ? You see that?
Yes.
And then on down it says hello. Then the next one says, I don't know where he is. Have not seen him all day. You see that one?
Yes, sir.
And then you have incoming. You might make sure he's alive. You see that one?
Yes, sir.
Then at the bottom on May 13, 2018, 5:49. Outgoing, it looks like you sent one. He is back and he is in his office. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So at times your mother would actually look for your father, right?
Yes, she would text me to figure out where he would be at.
So she had the ability to go and look for him when he's missing.
Yes.
And then here's a S. Ferris 14. This is between Amanda's your sister. Is that right?
Yes.
Amanda Ferris, and then phone calls between Amanda Ferris and the defendant. Text message. Thank you. These text messages here.
And this is from between Amanda and Melody?
Right. So
Okay.
February 5th, 2018. Do you see the one here with Amanda Ferris and it says they have plenty of money?
Yes, I do.
Next one says, but Gary was going to do that wedding to spite me, so here's comma. 2016, who was getting married in your family?
That, well, I
Well, excuse me, 2000. This has been 2018. 2016, did Emily get married?
I believe so, yes. Yeah, because Chris and Gemma got married before Chris and Emily.
And then February 6, 2018, this message here, do you see the one that says, wonder what Scott is going to do when he comes home. I have his stuff thrown out and the Mexican living in my barn. You see that from your mom? By your mom?
Yes, sir.
And then February 6, 2018, one by your mom, it says, he went yesterday after sleeping till noon, get his hair cut, beard trimmed, beard oiled, went to visit Randy and Riley, stayed out all night. Then today, don't start doing anything till 2. I'm so far past done. His job is to report to G. Wayne. What's your father's name?
Gary Wayne Farris.
What I do has an unlimited credit card. Do you see her talk about you having a credit card?
Yes, sir.
And I think the defense had this one here about my patience with you is gone. I promise you things are going to change here. I'm not continuing to live like this. Your life is not going to continue like this. You see that one?
Yes, sir.
Counsel asks a lot of questions about these guns and ammunition and all these things. He's pointing to you. Is he not? That you're the one that kills your father?
He's trying to, accuse me of doing that. Yes, towards me.
Has anything that he's presented you or anything that I presented you changed your answer from earlier today that you did not murder your father?
No, there was absolutely nothing here that changed my opinion, because I did not murder my father, nor help her move him.
Is anything that's going to come out of this trial going to show that you murdered your father?
No.
Nothing further on.
All right, you step down.
Judge, we did ask him to be still retained and under the rule of sequestration.
All right, not talk to anyone about the case, Mr. Farris, that's testified, or any other witnesses, all right?
Yes, Your Honor. Still in sequestration.
All right, anything else before we excuse the jury? No, Your Honor. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's the week. Again, everything I've told y'all all week about your jury service, please remember that. Don't talk to anyone about the case. Look up anything about the case. I don't even want you going on the internet, but I know I can't stop that. But please limit what you look up. And I anticipate, as I've said, as this case continues, there'll be more information about it that is out there. Do everything you can to avoid it. All right. If something unforeseen happens, let us know about it, and we'll discuss it. But remove yourself from the situation, and then give us a report next week. We're starting same time Monday morning. There'll be other trials going on, but again, y'all will have your designated spaces, so we shouldn't have an issue finding a place for you to park. The other jurors will have issues trying to find places to park. All right. With that, y'all can be excused. Yes. We'll do lunch on Monday. We have some other, we're going to do the extended day on Thursday. We'll get more information about that. Wednesday, we'll take lunch earlier. I have an important meeting about courthouse expansion and the consulting group that are looking at that. And so they've agreed to work around my schedule a little bit at 11:30 to 12:30, but we're bringing lunch in that day. So we'll break a little bit early. I'll have my meeting, eat lunch during my meeting, and then we'll start back 12:30 on Wednesday, but we'll try to keep an idea what the schedule is. But yeah, we'll bring lunch in for y'all Monday. All right? We'll try to find another option.